Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May we please settle down? We have 10 minutes to settle down. We officially start. Welcome to the Alternative Mining Indaba. That's a Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba, a ZAMI. So what I just want to invite is that knowing that we have already lost about 30 minutes, those that are taking any roles and responsibilities, especially for the early sessions, just look through the program. You make sure that you take note of the event or the session that you're managing. Yeah. Today, I'll be, but I'm also joined by Shaban. Mr. Shaban, please. Please, you can just clap for him as he's working. No, we can clap better. I know that we can clap better. I think he's well dressed. Can we clap for him? Let's welcome him. So Mr. Shaban is my co-moderator for the day and for the next 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Shaban.
Good morning, everyone. We hope that we're going to have a fruitful meeting. And like Mr. Mumba has just said, we just want to settle down as we wait for the other participants to just walk in. So we'll have about 10 minutes to just settle down, and I'm rolling. We've been told that we just remember to register ourselves, help us register our presence here in the meeting. Good morning once more. I think we are good to get started. And before we do anything, we love to stand up and sing the national anthem. Shall we all stand, please?
Stand and sing, O Zambia, proud and free, land of wake and joy in unity. Victors in the struggle for the right, we've won freedom's fight. Oh, one, strong and free, Africa is our own motherland, fashioned with and placed by God's good hands. Let us, O our people, join us one, brothers under the sun. Oh, one, strong and free, one land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace is Zambian sky. Like a noble eagle in his flight, Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free, praise be to God. Bless our great nation. Free men we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee. Oh, one, strong and free.
Allow me to welcome Mr. Msole to give us an opening prayer. Mr. Msole.
Shall we pray? Our Father God, we give you thanks and praise for the lives that you've given us. Thank you for the breath of life. Thank you for the good health. Thank you for everything that you've blessed us with. We are able to see this day and be able to unite, to gather in this place to discuss issues pertaining to the well-being of this nation. We thank you, Lord, for this country, Zambia, that you've blessed with so much, so many natural resources, so much mineral wealth. We thank you, Lord, for what has been discovered and what is yet to be discovered. And yet, Lord, we see how the people of this country continue to coexist between this abundant mineral wealth and poverty and so many challenges, economic challenges. We pray that, Lord, as we are gathered here, you will grant us wisdom, grant us inspiration and direction, that we come up with ideas, that we work together, civil society, government, partner, other cooperating partners, and everyone that is in here, that will be united to come up with ideas that will influence and direct policy. That, Lord, this will not just be a talk show where every year we gather, discuss, talk about issues, and they end nowhere. We pray that, Lord, this meeting will be a different one, because the outcomes of this meeting will translate into change of policy, will influence the direction of policy, that ultimately it will translate in optimal utilization of the resources that you've blessed this country with. We commit this meeting to you, our Father, that you begin with us, guide the people that are directing, the director of programs, and that, Lord, all the participants will have an effective meeting that will affect the direction of this country. We commit everything to you. In the wonderful name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. I invite everyone to be seated as we get started with the first session of the day. Please, for anyone that's taking any role or responsibility, make sure you mark where you are playing a part, and let's be effective with the time management. Let's be quite intentional. Thank you. Welcome to the Alternative Mining Indaba 2023. That's a policy dialogue program we are hosting today at the Mlungushi International Conference Center, themed Strengthening Critical Mineral Governance in the Mineral Transition Era in Zambia for all Zambians. And I like what Mr. Msole had indicated. With the abundance of minerals, our ability to coexist with poverty is quite amazing. So that's a very, very strong statement and quite interesting. Allow me at this time to acknowledge that, not by name, but the heads of government department that are present, the line ministries, especially Minister of Mines, Minister of Green Economy, and the other ministries that I may not mention. Allow me as well to recognize international organizations and civil societies that are here. With that said, apologies, allow me to recognize the foreign missions that are here, such as the European Union, the United Nations, representatives that are here. Allow me to take recognizance of other citizens, ordinary citizens, the Zambians, women, and youth. May I simply say, all protocols observed. As I already indicated, my name is Boniface Mumba. I'm the co-moderator for the session for the next 2 days. And I can assure you that with me and Shaban, you have one of the most exciting moments. If you are not going to have an exciting moment, then you have your own problems with you. So you manage those problems. But we can assure you that you're going to have a great moment, isn't it? Father Chikoya approves that, isn't it? Thank you very much. If we go to the program, I'll run the program up to where it says 11:40, then thereafter we'll proceed. We have had the arrival and registration. The national anthem has been done. Then we are going immediately after this into the theological reflection, the faith environment, and stewardship annex. That's going to be shared by Reverend Father Canon Emmanuel Chikoya, Council of Churches in Zambia, Secretary General. Then thereafter we will have remarks why ZAMI successes, etc. That's to be done by Center for Environment Justice. That's ZAMI co-chairperson. That's Maggie. ZAMI Chamber of Mines. We'll have Mr. S. Chilombo. That's the Chamber of Mines Executive Director, if I'm not mistaken. Then we'll have remarks from the International Development Partners. We have Mr. Massini Benini, if I've pronounced that. If I have not, forgive me. European Union representative. We have Dr. Oliver Maponga, United Nations Environment representative. We have the Chinese Embassy representative. Then the USAID representative. Then after that, we have an open session that is quite high level, and my colleague, Mr. Shaban, will handle that session. We'll have the presentation 1. That's the Honorable Minister, Green Economy and Environment, Engineer Collins Nzovu. Then session 2, presenter 2, Honorable Minister, Mines and Minerals Development, PC Kabuswe, MP. Then after that, we have discussant, we have Mr. Raymond Mtale from Transparency International Zambia. Then after Raymond, we have Mr. Freeman Manga from Center for Environment Zambia. Then another discussant is Reverend Father Emmanuel Chikoya, Council of Churches in Zambia. We have Miss Natalie Kunda, Center for Trade Policy and Development. Then we have Mr. Chilombo, Chamber of Mines. Then we have representative, those are two children, child representative, two children. I think these are from Care for Nature. And then it will be moderated by Fides Tamba. Fides is Executive Director for CSPR. So that's how we ran the first session. So I just made run so that all that are taking part are set so that we don't waste much of our time. With that said, allow me to, let's put our hands to welcome Father Chikoya to give us a theoretical reflection. Let's welcome him, please.
I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Don't worry, I'm not going into a church service. My task is to give a theological reflection and try and see whether there is anything that faith has to do with the issues of environment and stewardship. The protocols have already been established, but ultimately we also recognize and acknowledge the Almighty God and His Son Jesus Christ, through whom we are able to meet and gather in this manner. Sensitive, of course, to other faith actors that are here, but we ultimately believe there is a Creator in whom we are operating under. So I bring you greetings from the Council of Churches in Zambia, and it is great to be part of this alternative mining Indaba meeting under the theme Strengthened Critical Minerals Governance in the Transition Era in Zambia for all Zambians. I love the emphasis on the all Zambians. My task is to give a theological reflection under the topic, the faith, environment, and stewardship nexus. My proposition is that God has entrusted us with the care of His creation. Now, I've been to gatherings in terms of the district alternative mining Indabas, the Zambia alternative mining Indaba, and international mining Indabas. And the question that tends to come and confront us as faith actors is, what is the church doing here? In short, what is faith? What has faith got to do with this matter? Environmental issues, under which issues of mining, the extractives fall. Why are we here? Are we in order? Should we even be here? We must be closing our eyes in prayer. Pray that all goes well. Should faith actors be in this space? In short, is in this theological reflection our endeavor to make a case that faith has everything to do with the environment and stewardship. And we largely draw or depend on the Christian sacred texts from Genesis, from the Psalms, such as chapter 1 of Genesis and verse 28, and then Psalm 24, 1 to 2. The environment is one of the greatest examples we have of God's power. The word environment encompasses all of God's most beautiful and awesome works. The environment is His creation, a precious and holy resource with which He entrusted you and I, human beings, to loving care and wise usage. And so when you talk about faith, environment, and stewardship nexus, we are talking about, is there a link? Is there a connection between these two things? I mean, three aspects. And my thrust right from the onset is that the eighth and everything in it, powers, authorities, everything, the created order, seen and unseen, belongs to God. And because of that, faith has every reason to take interest in these matters of the environment. So this is a gift. When God created Adam and Eve, he told them, be fruitful and increase in number. Fill the earth, subdue it, rule over the fish of the sea, the birds of the air, and over every living creature that moves on the ground. And so nothing is beyond God. Nothing is beyond theology, because our theology is a clear indication that there is an intelligent creator, a designer of this place we call our earth and the environment we are reflecting on as we meet during this alternative mining Indaba. Environmental protection is a biblical mandate. It already has a basis into the space. They are not straying into strange territory, are reserved for experts and in environment, economics, and other areas. They are mandated by the sacred texts, by the Bible, to care about the environment, because God, in the beginning, created everything without exception. And so as human beings, we are here to tend the earth and not to terrorize the earth. We are here to increase, to multiply responsibly and not deplete the natural resources. So it matters how, where. It matters because there is the ultimate honor of these things that are entrusted to us as stewards. When we talk about stewardship, we are talking about a delegated responsibility. We are managers. We don't own it all. We are managers, traditional leaders, political leaders, corporate leaders. We don't own it all. It is owned by God. We are delegated to utilize the resources of the earth in a responsible manner. And so we have to add value and not to disfigure. We are to add value and not to disfigure. Paul, in his letter to the Romans 8:21-22, states that creation groans. Creation grumbles. It groans until the manifestation of the children of God is made possible. And once they are there, the responsibility is to care. And so the question is asked, what makes creation groan? Climate change, land degradation, pollution, displacements, destruction of natural resources, unjust economic systems, and wanting to, extract, even at the expense of affecting, existing national parks, is what makes creation groan. And so, as faith actors, we have a mandate to bring the moral dimension to this debate, to bring the moral angle to this narrative. So it's not just about the scientific explanations, the economic issues, but also there's a moral obligation to make the resources of the earth work for the good of all and not for a few. There is enough to meet human need, human greed. The challenges we have with environmental challenges that are in our time, some of which I've already mentioned, are that we are trying to meet human greed. And that is where we have a problem. And that is where faith comes in and tells us, wait a minute, the creator of this planet and its resources did not make it just for the 10% or whatever percentage to benefit from. It's meant for everybody. The mine host communities are supposed to benefit. Everybody, there must be good for all. And so creation groans because of some of these challenges that we have already highlighted. And so why should we be bothered about this? I mean, the basic question, one question we should ask is, to whom Does the earth belong? I've belabored to explain that this earth belongs to God. Yes, there are human beings in charge of different territories, but ultimately we will give an account, and we must give an account regarding how we use it and what we extract and for what reasons. And some of the things that we do are just to satisfy human luxury and greed. There are certain things I dare to say that should be left untouched and disturbed in order to marvel and enjoy God's creation without man's interference. There is a command in the Bible. You know, as faith actors, we have the role of hermeneutics. Hermeneutics is interpreting the Bible or sacred writings. But beyond that, we are also required to interpret our communities. What is going on in Zambia? What is going on in Africa? What is going on in the mining arena? And, you know, how both those who invest, those who host, how are they getting along with each other? Indeed, in the prayer, it is interesting to note that in the midst of plenty, or in the middle of a river body, one dies of thirsty. In the middle of such resources, vast like ours, something is out of line. And that is where faith comes in, to remind those that want to produce, those that want to extract, that there are texts in the Bible like the parable of the rich fool. It's in the Bible, it's not from my mind. You know, he accumulated and he said, let me enjoy myself. I've done better. I can, have better production. He was a farmer. But then God told him, this night your life will be taken away from you. What good is all this that you've accumulated? What shall it profit a man and a woman to gain the whole world and yet lose his soul? So I'm not here to, paint a black picture of the extractives and all those things. But as we do whatever we are doing, when we negatively don't care for the mining host communities, we are in conflict with the Creator. And when we are, faith actors have no option but to come to the table and fulfill their biblical mandate of challenging, of speaking truth. Indeed, I love you, I like you. The love is beyond just that kind of love. It is about how we use the resources of the earth. If our current generation is going to leave bills for the next generation, if our current generation is going to live a contaminated world, then we are failing to fulfill this commandment. I was almost going to say amen, but I'm doing a theological reflection. And I'm not about to do deliverance service. But may God deliver us from greed. May God deliver us from acts that, preoccupy themselves with amassing for personal and private gain at the expense of the environment, at the expense of the most vulnerable and poor in our midst. Love your neighbor as you love yourself is a commandment with an environmental touch to it. It's a commandment with an economic angle to it. Because when we love our neighbors, then what happens, for example, in Africa will be consistently the same that happens in Europe. Of the financial architecture, the systems, when we talk about just a transition from energy, one source of energy to the other, without considering our colleagues who don't have access, that narrative is insensitive to God's command to love your neighbor as yourself. And so even as we talk about transitioning, for others it's about access, because they don't have adequate access, reliable access of energy. I'm not an expert in energy, so let me stick to theology. Love your neighbor has implications regarding how we use this environment and this place we call the earth. When God created everything, you know, one thing he brought at the end, we are not the first. He created everything else, and last, of course, not the least, it was man and woman that he brought on the scene. And he did not tell them destroy. He did not tell them accumulate selfishly. He told them care for the earth, look after it, so that there's good for all. And that is where the connection about faith, stewardship, and environment comes in. We are taken and put in charge, not to be used selfishly, but we are called to save and preserve so that we can enjoy the resources, generations to come will enjoy the resources, and the generations after them will also enjoy the resources. And so the Hebrew word for keep or care means to preserve for future generations. And so our mandate is to save and preserve so that we have a blessing. All the resources of the earth are able to meet human need, I repeat, and not human greed. And may God help us. And what can we make in terms of difference as a faith actor? I've talked about the moral angle. We are present everywhere. We have convening power. We have a captive audience. You know, we are classified as CSOs. At least we don't give people transport refunds for coming to church. If there's any church that gives transport refunds, give me the connection, I'll join them. But everyone comes on their own. And maybe a challenge also to us is that, what are we doing with that audience? What are we doing with that audience? For those of us who are religious actors, what are we doing with that audience? Predicting their registration card numbers, relevant, ignorant people. We have power beyond measure. Zambia is over 90% religious and Christian for that matter. And if we engage the faith actors correctly and properly, they are going to be a game changer. Engaged, they'll complicate matters. And so you neglect faith actors at your own peril. They can complete or complicate matters. The HIV battle at one stage was difficult. When faith actors said, no, HIV is right in the church, they began to move decisively. The tide changed. COVID-19 came. Faith actors came on board and said, no, it's not 666. It is a disease. But it is said, blessed are those who preach short sermons, for they get invited again. The earth is the Lord's, and all its fullness, the world and those who dwell in. For he has founded it upon the seas and established it upon the waters. Are you happy with the state of the environment today? Together, faith actors, CSO, governments, the private sector, we can and must make a difference. We have a moral obligation to care for the environment. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Father. Another round of applause. Father Chikoya has been very instrumental in the conversation. I think we can clap better for him, isn't it? I know, Father, you didn't want us to say amen, but can we say amen, church? That was a good sermon, right? Amen, yeah? Thank you very much, Father. And thanks for your consistency in alternative mining in Indaba was birthed by the faith leaders almost a decade ago in South Africa when they realized that there's a conversation on the next door where the government of Africa are telling the investors the minerals and what is there for them. So the faith leaders questioned, how is it addressing the interest of our ordinary people? How can we get the voice of our ordinary people in this conversation? So this alternative mining in Indaba is a success, reflection, and decision by our faith leaders. So every faith leader that is here, we're grateful for this. With that said, allow me to invite the co-chair for ZAMI to give the remarks and answering the question of why the ZAMI, the successes, and another thing. That's should be done by Maggie from Center for Environment Justice, but I'm informed that Mr. Manga Freeman will do so on our behalf. Mr. Manga Freeman.
And thank you, moderator. I was almost saying that my pronouns are still straight. I'm not Maggie. I am he, him, and his. My name is Freeman. Thank you so much, moderator. On behalf of the Center for Environment Justice, I want to recognize the protocols that were mentioned, and indeed on behalf of the rest of the civil societies that have convened here, in respect of the Zambia alternative mining Indaba, the foreign dignitaries, if there are any present with us, senior government officials that might be present with us, the heads of civil society organizations present with us, and equally the private sector representatives, the media, and indeed distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a wonderful morning to each and every one of us. I stand before you today honored to speak on behalf of the Executive Director for the Center for Environment Justice, Madam Maggie Mapalomwape, who indeed is not with us, and she is attending to other pressing duties right here in Zambia. This year's marks the 11th installment of the ZAMI, and for those that have been keen followers of this platform, you will realize that the ZAMI has become synonymous with dialogue, innovation, and hope for novel policy interventions. We have convened here once again to address the critical issues surrounding mineral extraction in Zambia, to engage with our government, and to governance. Ladies and gentlemen, history reminds us that the ZAMI was born out of the necessity to find solutions. It emerged in 2012 as a stakeholders forum uniting civil society, government representatives, and the private sector in a common quest to confront the challenges that have long plagued our resource governance sector. Today, we gather again to continue this dialogue and to build on the past achievements and to adapt to a world that is undergoing tectonic shifts. I know that kind of stuff excites in Samachkwank. I hope he's here. Issues to do with tectonic shifts, and we'll talk a little bit about that. One of these profound shifts I need to mention, ladies and gentlemen, is the transition from fossils to a more cleaner and greener energy solution. As we look towards a future driven by mineral intensive, and this is very key, we should never be blind to the fact that whenever we are talking about the energy transition, we are equally just talking about an intensive mineral resource extraction transformation. The International Energy Agency recent report underscores the incredible surge in demand for critical minerals such as lithium, cobalt, nickel, manganese, zinc, and the rare earth elements. This surge, driven by the development of clean energy technologies, offers tremendous opportunities for countries with abundant reserves of these vital resources, including Zambia. However, I need to mention that it is imperative that we address the mineral intense nature of this transition. The demand for critical minerals, or metals if you would like lithium and cobalt and other rare earth elements, is soaring the renewable energy technology advance. The International Energy Agency projections indicate an exponential growth in this demand, necessitating an expansion of mining and associated industries to meet market requirements. Distinguished guests, Southern African countries, including our very own beloved Zambia, are uniquely positioned with abundant reserves of these critical minerals. This places a tremendous responsibility upon us to manage these resources wisely. The Democratic Republic of Congo, Mozambique, Madagascar, Zimbabwe, and among others, share this privilege. Yet, as history has shown us, these abundances of minerals, wealth, does not always translate into shared prosperity for our citizens. And I'm sure this has been an echoing point, even Father Chikoa was mentioning, that whilst we are talking about the abundance of mineral resources, and in this era when we are talking about the transition, these transition minerals not serve the shared prosperity of our local citizens. Zambia, endowed with copper, cobalt, nickel, manganese, and lithium, stands poised to play our wealth in mineral resources. Ladies and gentlemen, we face significant challenges, and our region lacks the domestic capital market necessary to finance the exploration, number one, and exploitation of these resources. As a result, the terms and agreements being negotiated to attract investments, capitals, often do not favor our countries or our citizens. Natural resources, including critical minerals, are sometimes used as a collateral for access. And most of us, we can agree this given the current, affairs and news that about among these treacherous souls that we're talking about. Now, the global demand for these strategic minerals is skyrocketing, and predictions suggesting that the production of lithium and cobalt alone may increase by over 500% by 2050 to meet the demand for clean energy. Now, that is a huge demand. And at the same time, it represents an opportunity for the most poised countries to tap into this. But in order to realize the optimization of this energy transition, there's need for policies and agreements that can be struck between countries so that we can have equitable and just transition. And indeed, this transition, in as much as it requires significant investment, we must act today to seize the opportunity it presents. And the average time from discovery to first production for mines is approximately 16 years. So you can imagine, in other words, what we are saying is that this opportunity that lies with the countries that are endowed with these transition minerals is only but for a moment. Once the transition mineral demand has reached a certain level, this demand will drop, and therefore we'll go back to business as usual. This is why the ZAMI, unlike any other dialogue in Zambia, is calling for urgent resolution. Intention and expansion of mineral resources have been linked to issues of war, social conflict, crime, and corruption. These challenges intersect with existing forms of marginalization, disproportionately affecting women, children, and other vulnerable groups. It is this context that has led to the term Africa's resource scarce, because then indeed that symbolized as a curse. We must acknowledge that the fundamental paradigm shift is needed in how we manage critical mineral resources in Southern Africa and across the continent. While ambitious local and continent and value addition intentions have been pronounced, practical policies and support mechanisms for these critical minerals remain insufficient. And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we are repeating this message, that if ever the urgency of us to develop the obsesses within the African continent are losing. So mineral extraction historically has been accompanied by human rights and environmental issues. As we expand resource extraction to meet the demands for energy transition, we must remain vigilant in safeguarding the rights of our communities, the integrity of our ecosystem, and the essential needs of our local communities. Indeed, in the closing of my remarks, where we may share hopes and aspirations, but this year's gathering has come indeed as an opportunity when we can find a strong standing on this issue to meet hand in hand with government and other cooperating partners in safeguarding our mineral resources. It is critical at this juncture in our nation's history that we have a unique opportunity to shape our future, ensuring that the energy transition works for the people and profit the planet. Our objectives for this meeting today and in the preceding days to come is that firstly, we need to discuss policy, legislative, and institutional frameworks to prepare for the energy transition, particularly concerning critical minerals. And second, ladies and gentlemen, we aim to strengthen multi-stakeholder dialogues, critical minerals, and the energy transition. And last but not the least, we are hoping that we would develop mechanisms to reinforce the feedback loop with key stakeholders, including the private sector, traditional leaders, and the local communities. And their voices are essential in catering our pathway. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for working with us. And on behalf of the entire ZAMI Coordinating Committee, I just want to say, may we have a successful dialogue that shall indeed meet the preparation.
Another round of applause for Mr. Freeman Nwanga, who has read the speech on behalf of the co-chair, that's Maggie from Center for Environment Justice. With that said, I just want to put also a caution, is that we know that we have lost an hour from the time we started. Allow me to invite Sama Chikwanka, as I also remind Sama. We can clap for him as he comes, just to give him some confidence.
Good invited guests, delegates, our greetings from the Publish What You Pay Zambia Coalition. As introduced, my name is Nsama Chikwanka, the National Coordinator for Publish What You Pay Zambia. For those of you that might not be aware, we are a coalition of non-state actors that are committed to ensuring that natural resources work for the people. Currently, we are present in 8 of the 10 provinces, with a minimum of at least 5 non-state actors per province, giving us at least 50 NGOs and civil society organizations that have come together. My role this morning is to speak to the theme, and the previous speaker has ably addressed the key components of the theme and the significance of us being able to meet and deliberate this morning and for the next 2 days. But for the next 2 minutes, I want to just focus on the word governance as, as a key word, as a key theme that we are hoping this space could help unpack. And there are key words in the governance of critical minerals that we are hoping we can drive ourselves together, we can drive the conversation together towards that end. The first component is accountability. Where there is proper governance, there's accountability. Where there's good governance, there's transparency, there is responsiveness, there is the rule of law, inclusiveness. Good governance of critical minerals should be able to deliver empowerment as well as broad-based participation. So from the civil side point of view, our expectation would be that if we are going to have a strengthened governance over the critical minerals in this country, or many of those aspects would definitely have to find their way in there. And the ZAMI is one space, one platform, as was mentioned, that we created to contribute to make that Zambia a better place for us and for those that are coming after us. Thank you so much, and I wish you the very best for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Mr. Nsama. Mr. Nsama, we didn't really say that be brief. We say just, but thanks for saving our time and catching up on the time. With that said, allow me to invite Mr. Chilambo, who's been an all-weather partner, Chamber of Mines. Sir, you're welcome. Let's just welcome him. I know we have not yet had our tea break, but we still have the energy just to welcome our colleagues.
Thank you very much, Director of Ceremonies. Was the 9th alternative Indaba. So by my counting, this should be the 10th. Am I right? If so, I think this is a milestone which we should congratulate civil society and all of ourselves who are partnered here today on. And at some point, I think we really ought to celebrate that milestone. As regards our theme, which is strengthened critical minerals governance in the energy transition era, observing all protocols that have been presented, for the Chamber of Mines members, there are really 2 pillars to this. The first being sustained growth, and the second being transparency at the local level. Sustained growth is really the country upward with the benefits of our resources. It's been proven over time. The human development data is out there that when you are studying policy over time, you get the best overall social benefits and economic growth. But we also need to be very balanced in how we attain this. We must make sure that we are balanced in how we decide to steward our environment and progress the opportunities of our mineral endowment in a manner that will still bring us. We need to make sure that we don't miss opportunities such as the one we have now, driven by the green economy, which is giving us the best price and growth opportunity in minerals in the last 100 years, and that we don't cut ourselves out in the hope of stewarding an environment for the benefit of others. We don't want to condemn our future generations to penury of being stewards of environments for others to come and enjoy while we suffer in a land of plenty. So there must be pragmatism and balance in how we decide, how we regulate ourselves, and how we progress projects. We also have to make sure that we understand that we are not quite there yet. Yes, we have received improvements in our business environment as miners, but there are definitely still challenges that make us uncompetitive. And even though it may seem like the industry, I would urge all of us to always look around. Look to the south of our borders where you can see businesses such as those in our industry are thriving, to the north, and figure out what the differentiators are. We are not yet at the competitive effective tax rate level, so you will continue to hear the industry call for parity, at least, with our competitors in the region. We also need to ensure that this competitiveness translates to exploration, because it is exploration that will and diffuse growth across the entire country and at all levels of our social structure. We need to do this swiftly, so access to capital, as has been alluded to in the comments by the Indaba chair, is critical. And access to capital locally, yes, we may not have enough to do the whole job, but we must make a start. So it's act and to encourage our financial services sector to begin to open up to providing capital to local entrepreneurs and explorers so that the country is covered as quickly as possible in order to meet our growth ambitions. The second pillar that we need to look at is local transparency. When we say local, we mean the immediate vicinity of the mining operations. We need the central government to increase its funding to the ministry and to its envisioned regulatory bodies that will be supervising mining around the country. We need to expand adherence to the Environmental Protection Fund and to the actual tenets of the law by ensuring that there is good monitoring and control. We need to have this done to stem two things. First, there has been an uptick in the numbers of accidents that we are seeing that are mining related. As of the first half of this year, we had 12 fatalities as compared to 14 fatalities the year before. This is as a consequence of the deterioration of standards adherence in the industry. If you look back through the press, the last few weeks have been particularly bad, even in the area of artisanal and illegal mining. We need to stem this, and government has to begin to benefit and make sure that the people who are in our industry come home every day. The next element to this is that we need to expand the tax base, the legal mining tax base around all of our minerals in country and in all of these locations. This is the only way that we'll be able to sustain the oversight of these operations in order to maintain lives and keep these activities and formalize them into sustainable businesses, which can then partner either with big mining companies that are already here to move to the next level or attract foreign capital. But we need to get it right locally first, and we would urge that, you, the fifth actors, support us in this endeavor. The final element to this is transparency at the local level. Local host communities. This is critical at this time precisely because we are about to embark on a period of extended growth. If this can be done, then it means that these jurisdictions or these municipalities and councils will have the option
to add development in a way which will enable them to participate better in the mining value chain. And it's a key growth driving opportunity for the economy. Doing this will also enable these localities advance their plans via the district development coordinating committees and have, I think, a more sustainable interface with the corporate social responsibility activities of the mining entities that will be active in their areas. If we can just be pragmatic about these things that we've mentioned here, I think we can get to a place where we can be a leading mining country that is also a steward of what we like to call the Earth's left lung, which is the largest carbon sink outside of the Amazon, which happens to be in our vicinity. I think that has to be the end state goal. And yes, there will be some eggs broken along the way, but we must keep our eye on the big vision and not be carried away by emotion and cut ourselves out of an end state knowledge economy where, like I said, we are spectators, merely housekeeping environmental assets for others to come and enjoy. So with those few words, I'd like to thank all of you and congratulate you on this 10th event.
Here, on behalf of my congregation, today, to European Union's delegation to Zambia and Croatia. In this particular very important matter. I'm very grateful for the invitation, and I would like to confirm that the European Union is committed to work together with the government of Zambia to ensure that the increase in demand of raw materials benefits the country and all Zambians.
Zambia, European Union Zambia partnership spans over a multitude of critical sectors. Infrastructure has been one of the most on different sectors like healthcare, education, information communication technology, water, and energy. In the mining sector, the European Union is now working with the government of Zambia to the development of a memorandum of understanding to establish a partnership on sustainable raw materials value chain. The memorandum of understanding that we are now drafting in coordination with the line ministries recognizes that the supply of raw materials is an essential prerequisite for ensuring a green and sustainable transition towards our shared clean energy objectives. The availability of critical raw material is crucial to develop batteries, magnets for wind turbines, electric data storage devices. Is represent digital economy transformation. The memorandum of understanding will be around 5 main pillars. The first one being like geological mapping, data collection, data analysis, and research. The second one will be mainly related to the development regulatory framework aligned with the international standards. Then we will promote sustainable and responsible production and source medium enterprises. We will also try to support financial resources, mobilization of financial resources for soft and hard infrastructure. And we are looking at the improvement of the main corridors to transport the material that are produced in the copper belt, to increase the private sector resilience, access to markets, and integration into sustainable value chains. The memorandum of understanding, we hope, will be signed in October, and then it will be followed by a roadmap to define the implementation of key activities to support the sector's development. In conclusion, I would like to assure again that the European Union is committed to use of resources to ensure a green and inclusive social and economic development. Once again, I congratulate the organizer and the participant of this important platform, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think for cooperating partners, we can clap better, we can do better. Let's appreciate the support, the partnership, and the commitment in this sector that they have so far. With that said, allow me to invite a representative, that's Dr. Oliver Maponga from UNECA. Is that okay?
Excellencies and distinguished guests, senior government officials present with us here this morning, representatives of this meeting, the private sector and academia, colleagues from the development partner community, ladies and gentlemen, and members of the press. It gives me great pleasure this morning to address you on behalf of the Director of the Economic Commission for Africa, Sub-Regional Office for Southern Africa, Madam Eunice Kamwendo, who could not join us this morning because of other commitments. Allow me to thank the organizers of this meeting for at least extending an invitation to ECA to participate in these deliberations. I think as ECA, we have been on the sidelines of supporting this initiative, which we think mining for development without leaving anyone behind. The strategic importance of the mining sector to our economy, Zambia, as well as to our region, cannot be for us. You will agree with me further that the potential of the mining sector in terms of its contribution to the issues that Father Chikoya was talking about, raising the standards of living, ensuring that we provide opportunities for the disadvantaged are yet to be realized. That is the centrality of policy, to ensure that the opportunities that lie in the mining sector to contribute to environmental stewardship, to ensure that society benefits fully, are not yet realized. We need to craft policy that deals with those issues. It is also important to underscore at the beginning that while the mining sector creates lots of opportunities, it has challenges with environmental issues, social issues, displacement of communities, and the like. We need to underscore also that mining is a wasting asset. Hence, it is important that as we extract the resource, we transform the benefits from the mining sector into other forms of capital. We develop the communities. We provide opportunities to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises, which incidentally drive our economic sustenance. I think the issue of the importance of the battery minerals transition has been raised, but I'll mention it again, that it's an opportunity for us to provide clean energy. For us in the UN, we're talking of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, number 7, which speaks to access to affordable clean energy. We're also talking of SDG number 9, which speaks, and the development of value chains is energy intensive, and it is at the center of our development path, even as Zambia, under the 8th National Development Plan. But what are the opportunities for Zambia when we are talking of the green energy transition? I think a key aspect of the mining sector, my colleague from the Chamber of Mines would agree with me that it is about what you have in the ground, the resource base. We need to know the resource base. It's very, very important. I know there is information around in terms of manganese, it's estimated to be at this. But when you're looking at investors and investment opportunities, you need to be able to provide them some numbers to deal with. I think another issue also, excuse me. Another issue also deals with the opportunities that are available along the value chain. Issues around value chains development are issues that are central to industrialization. And I think it's important for Zambia to be able to exploit those opportunities for the benefit of citizens. Of course, there are issues around innovation and technology. I think my colleague who spoke before me spoke about the issues of technology, issues of foreign investment. All these issues relate to how best you can ensure that investors are able to access the opportunities, as well as ensuring that Zambians benefit from the extraction of these minerals. Another key element that we also have to be cognizant of is around the circular economy, which is about your recycling, which is about ensuring that there is environmental sustainability as you exploit these minerals. But how can Zambia sort of benefit from this transition? What develop policy? It is important that we develop a policy framework that specifically speaks to the issues that are important for Zambia. A policy framework that guides the access, the exploitation, the parameters of how the benefits are going to be distributed. We need to have it upfront. It gives investors confidence. We respond to market dynamics, yes, but we have to respond to market dynamics within the context of a policy. And I think this is where Zambia has to start from. Do we have a green minerals policy? Do we have a battery minerals policy? Is it about strengthening the local content framework to ensure that our micro, small, and medium scale enterprises, is it about ensuring that finance houses within the Zambian landscape are also part of that financial opportunity that emerges? So we need to think about the broad policy framework for the access and exploitation of our green mineral resources. It's very, very important. And of course, we also need to invest. It's a key investor that at least we need to have thousands to discuss most of that benefit to us as Zambians. Issues around research and development are also particularly important for Zambia as we exploit the opportunities along this value chain. Allow me to emphasize that indeed, Zambia can seize opportunities along the value chain. The growing demand for critical minerals is with us. And like mentioned by the speaker before me, there is that sort of astronomical growth in the demand that we need to exploit. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to look at one area that I think we need to consider as we think about benefiting from the green minerals. We need to look to have a regional dimension to this discussion. Zambia is not alone. Southern Africa is not alone. The African continent is together. National boundary, the support we have as ECA in the agreement between Zambia and the DRC on the cross-border special economic zone, which is developing the same minerals that we are looking at. We can look at that within Southern Africa and say, what do we have in Zimbabwe, for example? We've got maybe the largest lithium resource on the continent. What do we have in Namibia? Similarly, lithium resource. What do you have in South Africa? The largest manganese resource on the continent. So we can look at a regional approach to benefit from the green minerals transition. The Southern African Development Community has developed a framework on industrialization within the space of exploiting a regional value chain, and it's something that we can tap on. At continental level, the African Development Bank, together with the African Minerals Development Center and ECA, we're actually working on Africa's green minerals strategy. It's still in its formative period, but it's a strategy that looks at how to move forward with the green minerals transition to ensure that we fully benefit from the transition as African countries, as a group, and African countries individually. As I conclude, allow me to reiterate the commitment of the Economic Commission for Africa to support the Zambian government as we exploit the opportunities along the value chains in the green minerals transition. I think decarbonization has come and is giving us opportunities. We need to take advantage of them, but take advantage of them in a holistic manner, which addresses our social issues, our environmental issues, provides us with opportunities as citizens of Zambia and as investors and beneficiaries of the exploitation of this resource. On behalf of Madam Kamwendo, thank you for your attention, and we look forward to continued collaboration. I thank you.
Those were remarks from Dr. Maponga. We were supposed to have the Chinese embassy to give their remarks, but we've been told that the person who was supposed to do that is not present. So we will straight away go to call upon USAID representative to come and give their remarks. The USAID representative? Okay. We'll proceed as follows. This time around, we are going to call upon, we're supposed to have the Minister of Green Economy, Honorable Collins Nzovu. We have been informed that he's attending also to other important national duties. Equally, the Minister of Mines and Minerals, Mr. Honorable Paul Kabuswe, is not around, but all the same, we have been ably represented by the Acting Permanent Secretary, Mr. Tobias Musonda, who is going to give the remarks on behalf of the Minister. Now, last week, I attended a meeting just here now on the other wing, and Honorable Minister of Youth and Sport was giving a speech on behalf of the President. And he indicated that at that particular time, he was having delegated authority to give that particular remark. And so equally, we are going to, give Mr. Musonda the big jacket of the Honorable Minister to wear. So he's Minister, because he's giving remarks on behalf of the Minister, right? So equally, if the Minister was around, would have given those remarks. So allow me to just allow you to be upstanding as we invite Mr. Musonda to come and give the remarks on behalf of the Minister.
Let's be seated, please. Good morning, colleagues, and also Master of Ceremony. Thank you so much. Indeed, I'm representing the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, Honorable Paul Kabuswe, who is equally attending to important assignments, but not to downgrade the importance of this assignment. Some of you who were there last year, I think he came in, and some of us are aware of his passion to reorganize the mining sector, as it were. So I'll deliver the remarks as he should have delivered himself. So the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, Honorable Collins Nzovu MP in absentia, senior government officials present here, Royal Highnesses present in the midst here, representatives of international cooperating partners, leaders and representatives of civil society organizations, representatives of the Zambia Chamber of Mines, representatives of professional bodies present, representatives of mining houses. I'm aware that there are also children and youths in our midst, members of the press. May I simply say distinguished invited guests. It is my honor and privilege to officiate at the 2023 Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba Policy Dialogue Forum. Since its inception in 2012, and the second in a row that is being organized jointly by the consortium of civil society organizations and line ministries such as the Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. Ladies and gentlemen, ZAMI was created as a multi-stakeholder platform for civil society organizations working in the extractive industry in order to bring out issues relating to the impact of mining activities on the host communities through dialogue with government and the private sector. It aims at exploring policy and legislative solutions to challenges in the national resources governance sector, particularly in the mining sector, especially with regard more benefits to accrue to the host communities in the mining areas. As such, the government of the Republic of Zambia, under the leadership of Wizende Ichilema, prioritizes engagement with various stakeholders in the running of the country's mining sector. The ZAMI, therefore, provides for stakeholders to engage in constructive debate in order to contribute to. This includes ensuring benefits accrue to the people of Zambia, while at the same time aspirations. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, the shift from fossil-based fuels to cleaner and green energy sources currently taking place around the globe has necessitated the energy transition agenda. This development, though compounded with risks for Zambia, is endowed with most of the strategic green minerals the world needs for the green energy transition. Obviously, some of the minerals include copper, cobalt, nickel, manganese, tin, graphite, and lithium, among others. The theme for this year's Indaba, therefore, is strengthened critical minerals governance in the energy transition era in Zambia for all Zambians. The theme resonates well with the aspirations of government for the mining sector in Zambia, which include efforts by the ministry to declare critical minerals as strategic to foster the country's socio-economic development. And I think the previous speaker spoke to this aspect. To this effect, in an effort to ensure that Zambia accrue maximum benefits from the energy transition, such as copper, nickel, and others, are strategic to the country's development. This will result in putting in place a strategy to guide effective management and development of critical minerals in Zambia. The process, as we include those of us here, will be consulted in due course. So you are more or less colleague from UNECA speaking to the convention. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme is also in line with the ongoing interventions by the ministry, which include plans to scale up geological mapping and mineral resource exploration in order to ramp up production for the mining sector. This includes increasing copper production to 3 million metric tons by 20 country to benefit from global developments brought about by the manufacture of batteries and battery precursors. This will result in making Zambia a big player in the global supply chain of critical minerals essential in the green energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, as you are aware, Zambia is endowed with various mineral resources. However, the country's full mineral potential has not been fully defined. As such, this has contributed to low investment in mineral resource exploration and development, as most of the current geological data is old. Coupled with this, most of the current data was generated using less accurate and old technology. This has resulted in the generation of low-quality data with low chances of making new discoveries of minerals compared to the current modern technology. Consequently, to address the challenge of inadequate geological data, government, through my ministry, plans to undertake an integrated countrywide geophysical, geochemical, and geological survey. Mineral section to the national treasury and ultimately to the country's socio-economic development agenda. 3 million metric tons by 2031. It is gratifying to note that government is making strides in this area, which include the process of finalizing a strategy aimed at actualizing this aspiration. Again, as key stakeholders, you will be consulted so that your inputs can be included in this strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, with respect to formalization of artisanal and small-scale mining, in order to enhance participation of Zambians in the mineral value chain, my ministry is spearheading the implementation of an integrated artisanal and small-scale mining and marketing development model. The model aims to harness maximum benefits from the exploitation of minerals such as gold. Among the interventions, we are formalizing exploitation of gold mining and trading through formation of cooperatives in areas such as Rusangazi, Petauke, Mumbwa, Luano, Chisamba, Vubwi, Rufunsa, and Mpika, just to mention but a few. To regularize trade in gold by local people and ensure provision of markets, government is in the process of establishing gold marketing centers in these selected districts. And currently, we'll be able to start with Rufunsa and Mumbwa, and then the rest of the district will benefit from this intervention. Ladies and gentlemen, to accelerate the process of restructuring the artisanal and small-scale mining subsector, the integrated artisanal and small-scale gold mining and marketing development model is also being extended to other minerals such as manganese, gemstones, and development minerals to enhance the Other being implemented under the model includes the establishment of the Minerals Regulation Commission to put in place a regulatory institution to strengthen the role of mining in economic development. And I think later in the day, we'll have a session where the minister will be able to share the draft legal framework so that we can get comments from the stakeholders. But of course, we already did take this opportunity to reiterate that the energy transition era has necessitated conversation at country level with various stakeholders to discuss and explore ways to benefit from the energy transition. It is for this reason that this Indaba, which is being held under the theme of strengthening mineral resource governance in readiness for the energy transition era in Zambia, ties in well with the new Dawn government's priority to engage with stakeholders in the management of their own natural and mineral resources. I therefore wish to assure the people of Zambia that President Hakainde Hichilema espouses transparency and accountability, particularly in relation with the mining sector. Ladies and gentlemen, with these few words, but long winding, I wish to officially declare the 11th edition of the Zambia Alternative Mining Indaba open. I thank you and may God bless you.
I think it deserves another round of applause. Okay, so we are going to proceed like this. We're told that tea is ready, and if we don't take it now, it will be taken away because they will start preparing lunch, yeah? So can I see consensus that we skip tea? No one is raising their hands, yeah? Okay, so what we're going to do right now, so let's keep to time and get into another, session. So for a group photo, then we can proceed.
time. Come back with your cup of tea. We have to catch up on time, please. We have to catch up on time. You're welcome with your cup of tea. You can even get two cups.
You are, oh, okay, let me just get a photo before you can. Okay. Did you get that one? Okay.
So, shall we get inside, please? Our time is up. We need to get to another session. Our ushers, please try to get our people inside. They can just come and enjoy their tea or juice from inside. Yeah, they'll start speaking from there now. Okay, shall we get settled and get to the next session? And in this session, I'm going to call upon Mr. Raymond Mutale from Transparency International to just come and occupy the Freeman of the Center for Environmental Justice to also come and join Mr. Mutale. We also are going to have Father Emmanuel Chikoya to walk up front. Miss Natalie Kunda to walk up front. One representative from child representative, 2 children. I'm not so sure. They didn't give us the names of these 2 children to walk up front here. So this session is going to be moderated by Ms. Fides Temba from the Civil Society for Poverty Reduction. So I'll call upon Ms. Temba to walk up front to moderate. Shall we all get settled for this very important session? Yeah, so they can discuss what the ministry of mines is.
Okay, thank you very much. Riding on all protocols already established by the program directors, my full names are Fides Temba. I'm from Civil Society for Poverty Reduction. And this morning, I will be moderating a session. Initially, we're supposed to have had 2 presentations, one from the Minister of Green Economy and Environment, and one from which was like a official opening remarks, and so or the pointers from the minister, from the acting permanent secretary in his address before tea break. I would give an opportunity for the presenters, the discussants, just to give us a few thoughts on some of the issues that he raised with the 5 minutes each, and I'll give the adults 4 minutes just to react or give us the intervention from the address this morning. Thank you. We'll start with Our Lady from the children. A few reactions. You can even take less than 5 minutes from.
It ends up being too technical.
Sorry. It's still morning. Good morning to all. So before the children speak, we're feeling that, as you can see, the children are outnumbered. And this is about the first time that we're having children participate. And Miriam maybe will just say one or two things of what we expect when we have children in the audience so that we can make the environment at least child-friendly. And then Chongo will just give us, under a minute, just a song so that we make the room child-friendly. Thank you. Miriam.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. All right, we've been here since morning and we've noticed that the atmosphere is kind of adultish, I can say, but we have children here and we're feeling left out. Everyone to get up on their feet. Please. All right, we'll just do a simple energizer to keep us energetic as we'll be listening to the different discussions over here. So the energizer is quite simple. Everyone, I need you to do what I'm doing, do what I'm saying, don't do what I do. I'm sure in primary school we all learned the head and shoulders, knees and toes, right? We all went to nice primary schools here. So shall we begin? So do what I'm saying, don't do what I'm doing. Do what I say, do what I do. Okay. So with that, we're all ready? We're all ready? All right. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, knees and toes. Heads and shoulders, knees and toes, and eyes and ears and chin and nose. Okay, the award goes to him because it's... So right now we'll have Chongo who will sing for us a song.
Thank you very much. I'm also not here to waste much of your time. I'm about to do a very simple song that we've been doing ever since we started, Zero Children in Mining campaign. Yes, I believe today we are talking about the good scandal that was happening. And I had to see how social media was busy talking about the God scandal. And I realized that where I'm coming from, we just sleep on, God and switch light. But, let me just do the song. We are the future, no dreaming, a juncture of tomorrow. Give us a chance to be free. Give us a chance to lead. We are the future, no dreaming, the juncture of tomorrow. Give us a chance to be free. Give us a chance to lead. Cause we are imiticula. Cause we are the future. Cause we are imiticula. Yeah. Imitikula empanga, imitikula empanga, imitikula empanga, imitikula empanga, imitikula oh empanga. We are the future, no dreaming, the juncture of tomorrow. Give us a chance to be free. Give us a chance to lead. Cause we are imiticula. Cause we are the future. Cause we are imiticula. Imiticula empanga. Imiticula empanga. Imitikula empanga, imitikula empanga, imitikula, oh empanga, yeah. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I heard that imitikula empanga from my grandmother, and I'm thinking, okay, here I am. I'm now an old woman. they're still emitting everything without us, for us. Without wasting much of our time, ladies and gentlemen, like I mentioned earlier, we're supposed to have had 2 presentations, but we're only going to be discussing the address that was made by the acting permanent secretary from Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. And to begin the discussions, our young lady, will actually give her reactions to the address given by the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Thank you.
Good morning. Unfortunately, I'm a bit disappointed with the address because we are here as children, and I feel like his address didn't really include us, unfortunately, because I'm coming from Lapula province where we see children being involved in mining. And like my colleague earlier said, we launched the Zero Children in Mining last year in the 2022 mining in Saka, in Lapula province. So literally we came up with a saying which goes, if it is mined by the children, then it is the children in mining, because that's where now child labor comes in. So I feel like at this point, the address was supposed to cover at least child protection policies to completely abolish all children that are being involved in mining. Exactly.
Thank you. We'll hear from your colleague.
Good morning. So my reaction to the speech given by the PS, I love the speech, by the way, especially the part where he mentioned on coordination and engaging, where the government is willing to work with multiple stakeholders in the mining sector. But one part which is a gap that I saw wasn't mentioned is the child labor perspective. If you look at child labor, it's a very complex issue, and it is large, from global dynamics, the supply chains, businesses, and the mines themselves. So to address an issue like child labor needs the coordinated efforts, which the PS was talking about, but specifically for children. The concept of zero children in mining or in the mining sector should be a core principle in the coordination between government.
Raymond Mutale's reactions to the address. Thank you, Mr. Mutale.
Thank you, moderator. I think that the PS his remarks were quite encouraging. There are a number of things that government is doing to position themselves in relation to what is happening in terms of energy transition and how this impacts critical minerals. But logically, from our perspective as Transparency International Zambia, where there is high demand, there is always pressure on the institutional arrangement to respond to the demand. And the first issue that we may raise is government doing much to reorganize concerned with mining? Of course, there are governance issues that come with this pressure, and sometimes we tend to not to follow set procedures because the demand is too high and you have to respond. But I think the recommendation is, in as much as we treasure this development, we need to ensure that we position ourselves appropriately institutionally. The other issue that come to mind is an issue that he raised regarding what is happening globally, regionally, and nationally in terms of interested parties getting into agreements to explore these critical minerals. The big question we ask is how much information is getting out to the public in terms of what is contained in those agreements. How much do citizens know? Because I think citizens are key stakeholders and they need to be given enough information to constructively engage government on these matters. The other issue that we raise is the pressure that this will bring to the mining cadastre in terms of mining licenses and all that. We know that there was an audit that was conducted at the cadastre. I stand to be corrected. I think we have not been given information in terms of the findings of that audit. But with this pressure and a few information that came out in terms of the audit, the question is the cadastre positioned to handle the pressure? It goes back to the institutional arrangements and ensuring that institutional integrity is upheld, as we deal with these issues. The other issue that I raise is the issue in relation to the mining host communities. How do we ensure that we protect the rights of the mining host communities? How do we ensure that we have solid systems to monitor adherence to mining, to environmental impact mitigations? I think that is one of the challenges we have in our country. And with this pressure that is coming from the monitoring mechanism around adherence to environmental requirements. The last issue I would raise is the issue around intergovernment institutions coordination. I think to focus on the Ministry of Mines alone would be wrong. I think not only in the mining sector, I think the biggest problem we have is the weakness around how these government institutions are working together, information flow, how they are coordinating. I'll give you an example. We have a challenge around information flow among law enforcement agencies. And this is the case even to other sectors. And so our recommendation is that in as much as we should embrace this development, we need to look internally and strengthen our internal governance and ensure that our institutions are positioned to handle this, but also deliver development as expected by the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mutale. I want to believe you're actually talking to issues of transparency and accountability. Mr. Freeman Mwanga, the acting secretary, did speak to issues of low quality data. He spoke to issues of lack of geological data and also not defining our mineral resource. What are your reactions? Thank you.
Thank you so much, moderator. And I just want to give cognizance to the experts that are seated within the audience. You will bear with me that over the recent years, we have seen a shift in the way we've been managing not only our legislations in the country, but equally on the technical aspect of how we've been implementing our policies and how we've been safeguarding these legislations. So Zambia, as we see it now, given the rise in the demand for the transition minerals, before that, Madam Moderator, I want to take you a little bit back. There was a cry for having that information in place. And the reason was we have intersecting interests within the country vis-a-vis, environmental conservation or biodiversity conservation. And came to realize that as a country, most of our ecosystems or protected natural resources such as national parks, you realize that they have underlying mineral resources underneath that we have as a country is nested within these protected areas. And so this conflicting interest demands then that there should be a clear roadmap when it comes to geological surveys that shall work in coordination with the conservation of natural resource. So environmental protection is not anti-development. It has never been. Development works within the environment sector, necessitating issues of the social and equally the environmental aspect of it. So now that we are at band, once the geological data is being informed through the updates, we equally need to update areas of interest. For example, like the Lower Zambezi, where we've had the issue now, which has also come back. So that is just a beginning. There are many other places within Zambia where we'll have such. It could be wetlands, it could be game reserves. That is coming, but the question is, are we prepared to answer when such issues come up? Or will our geological data that we'll still gather again be blind to the ideas that biodiversity conservation still comes into play? The other issue that I just wanted to make a quick comment on, Madam Moderator, from the speech, and appreciating the efforts that government is doing, is how government is willing to work with stakeholders. I think we need to agree also in our different capacities that in Zambia there has not been so much robust research from all research-based institutions. So if we are going to complement government's effort with the strategies that they are coming up with, they'll give us a platform for engagement. But the question is, have we done research within our individual institutions or sectors that can inform those strategies? Because at the end of the day, everything 100%. So that's why they need stakeholder collaboration that is well informed, that is strong, especially when it comes to evidence-based information. And this is an outcry that is coming from the civil society. We're talking about expansion in the mineral resource sector. How have we managed our environmental protection within the mining sector vis-a-vis the Ministry of Green Economy and Environment? Look at the current issue with the environmental protection fund. It's a financial mechanism that was set. How has that fund been working? We've seen developments from the government because it is part of the National Mineral Resource Development Policy. But the question is, how are we ensuring that our environment still remains safe and intact amidst the expansion? So when we talk about expansion, Madam Moderator, my conclusion is we need environmental policies that will work in hand, because the demand is there. People will be displaced, but there will be nothing that we'll do. Our national resettlement policy is there, but has it ever been used to its full extent? No, it is just a policy. Certain things have to a point where they become law that is enforceable. And this is why, as a Center for Environment Justice, moving forward, we are advocating for, legalizing these issues and ensuring that there's we have a fast track for environmental issues. It will make this a part of the penal code. If environmental degradation is left as just a mere issue, then it will just be that. So we need to move with efforts to collaborate with these development institutions so that we can appreciate all the sectors that interplay within the demand for mineral extraction expansion. Thank you.
Very much, Freeman. Talking about collaboration, coordination, Reverend Sauros Mpaika, do you think the church has been tagged along, especially reflecting on what Father Chikoya gave us this morning, but also from the remarks of the acting permanent secretary? Your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think from the perspective of the church, seriously, when we look, even as we go back into the biblical times, I think what is so clearly is that stewardship has been left in the hands of all of us. It is not only for one person. I want just to allude to the issues that have been raised before we go back to the church. I think the biggest problem that we have as a church is what my brother said, lack of information. And because of this lack of information, sometimes we have seen an uproar from the communities because they do not understand what will their benefit be and who is doing what they are doing. And I think this, from the law of the church, we have really advocated for it, that we are not against any mining because it brings the economical. You need also to respect the communities where these things are done. And to me, we'll still stand on those. If you just take a small synopsis, just Mamba, just the road going into Mamba itself, when you look at it, you begin to ask yourself, is this a place where mining is done, which is supposed to develop that community vis-a-vis the nation? So to me, as the church, want to say, would love to see more from the government point of view, where they give us adequate information. Even us as the church, I want to look at the issues of research. Before we can speak, have we done enough research? So general populace, but also as the church, for you to defend something, you need to be well informed. So to me, I want to echo, if there are institutions that are able to come on board and help us in the areas of research, that is very great. Coming to the issue of the environment, God has said, subdue it. He has not told us to destroy it. In that aspect, there's accountability. Are we accountable enough to what God has given us? If we are not accountable enough, remember, it is you and me in those communities. When those ditches are left, they become a health hazard. So we need to be responsible enough, not only as an individual, but all of us. We need to come on board and be able to say, but I think as much as this is being done, how best can we do it? And I want also to echo it, that those that are in it, I'll be concluding, let them also hear from us what are our concerns. As much as these things are being done. To me, I want to say, being given this platform as the church, it is a platform where I want to tell also the public that this is what is on board. And if you have the means, come on board so that we are able to help one another. Remember, this is our country. Those who come to do the mining, they'll mine and go. But you and me will have to be left in this very nation to deal with the aftermath of what has been left. So we need to be responsible enough, defend ourselves. Where we think it's not right, let us speak out. To me, I just want to say this platform helps us as a church so that we are able also to inform our communities. Remember, our communities, when there are problems, the church will have problems, the state will have problems. So that's why we are there as a church. Coming to the speech, although I came in a bit late, I just want to echo government that let them have an open ear. When we speak, we are not against them. Or what we are doing, can we do the checks and balances for each other? Because all of us, we are part and parcel of this beautiful country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Hearing you speak so passionately about collaboration. Last week I was in Vubwi, and hearing the acting permanent secretary speaking about some of the things of defining minerals. We had to go into Malawi and used another track in Malawi, and we went through a place called Taferaziko, and I'm seated thinking, are we really getting the benefits of our mineral resources. Natalie Kunda.
Okay. Are we really getting the benefit of our minerals? Very good question. Even as I respond to this, I'll itemize a few elements from the acting PS's speech, which of course would be of interest to this particular question. So obviously there is priority given to scaling up exploration of critical minerals. Obviously, given that there is inadequate geological data at present, there is need as well to unlock investments. There is an integrated that is tailored but also a key element, and obviously would be applauding the ministry that they are actually taking these steps. But of course, as we are looking at revenue that is accruing to the national level, at the local level, we are also interrogating some of the incentives that would be coming with these kinds of large-scale land-based investments. For a long time, I think there's been a broader conversation, how much revenue should we be getting from the mining sector? The last two proposed national budgets, for example, 2022, 2020, enhancing production of the mining sector. So I think for us, an interesting bit would be, even as we are getting on these expansionary projects, to what extent are these incentives actually bearing enough revenue collection for us as a country, as Zambia? And that one would also become key. There was also mentioned by Mr. Raymond Mutale around how I'll give an example of what's happening in Serenje and Mukushi, where we do have designated land for farm blocks. So the idea here is to also spur growth within the agriculture sector. But within those farm blocks, we also do realize that there is manganese. So how are we then aligning where our priority areas are as a country? Even as we are looking for this much needed geological data into other growth projects that we have specifically as well within the agriculture sector. All this is in an effort to enhance domestic resource mobilization. And of most civil society organizations, CTPD as well. And so a critical element, obviously sitting within the Ministry of Green Economy, would be around the Environmental Management Act and the role of ZAMI. So we have through a recent analysis that was done by CTPD, which focused largely on the Environmental Management Act Bill, Act of 2011 and the proposed bill of 2023. There are certain key elements that we thought would be very, very interesting to relook because these have a potential implication on how they are fostering development in the local communities. So for example, there's more clarity on the function of ZAMI, which is a good thing. But we noticed that within the composition of the board, there's a greater representation of the private sector. There has been a removal of the Ministry of Local Government from the board of ZAMI. So in which case we are already identifying then that the needs of the local communities would obviously be affected. Because if this is a department or an institute agency, that should look out the needs of the local communities and we do not have their representation. So some of the clarity has been given, but I think even as the Ministry of Mines looks to enhance growth within the mining sector, it'd be best to align this to what is happening as well within the other key line ministries. Thank you.
Very much. To the Chamber of Mines, your reactions to the remarks.
Is what we call the responsible mining ethic in our sector. And that is actually how things are meant to be done responsibly and with a long-term view in this extractive sector. And in being responsible, we have to also understand where the justice in the just transition of which we speak, sits. And the justice lies in the end state that we are seeking. Our environmental and biodiversity endowment to be there. We want it to be a free cash flow benefit for future generations forever. But we want to ensure that we are not doing so in a manner that sees us in penury, in the endowment. We mustn't miss the opportunities that lie within areas where the minerals and the endowment intersect. And we must apply ourselves to try and attain sustainable outcomes that deliver the sustainability of the environment through things like the Environmental Protection Fund and through the creation of jobs, education of our youths and our children, to make sure that, they are armed for the knowledge economy that we are all headed towards. One day, there will be room temperature semiconductors and copper's value is likely to be at risk. Are we planning for that day? Our best way to do so is to accelerate our pace of taking advantage of the chance that we have in hand. We have examples. It's not a coincidence that responsible mining is an ESG framework that comes from countries such as Canada and the Nordic countries who are stewardship and who are, exactly as I've mentioned now, prosperous stewards, which is what we need to aim for. So we mustn't preclude ourselves from, because of pressure. We didn't warm the planet. Don't blame us. And don't stop us from taking our due development step. But that said, we need to do this in a manner which is, as I mentioned, responsible, and there are some no-go areas, one of which is child labor, as you've heard now. That's a no-go. And in our mining sector, be it informal or informal, it's a red flag that must be treated as an absolute priority and an indicator that there is some weakness in our regulatory control. Now, to address this, I know there was a comment from Transparency International. The empirical fact is that all other ministries have been looked at and the Ministry of Mines has been left for last. This must stop. If this is the biggest economic opportunity that we have, it makes no sense for that ministry to be at the bottom of the pecking order. They need to be appropriately resourced, to be nationally spread, but to be locally felt. That's what you are aiming to achieve. And we need to make sure that we fund them. And not only them, but you spoke of the disconnect. I think CTP spoke of the disconnect now in terms of ZAMI and local government. And this is why the Chamber is advocating the reintroduction of the revenue sharing mechanism, because that is a direct means of ensuring that the local administrations have the capacity to superintend, to some extent, the operations within their area, but also to prioritize infrastructure that supports the activity going on now. You were talking of headed to Vubwi by crossing a border and coming into another area. The local council must have the ability to seed a project like that and do it in partnership with the private sector if need, supporting industry. I think that is probably the second last point I'd like to emphasize. We need the revenue share back so that people can see and feel the impacts of the tax revenues. Finally, we need support. It's good the cooperating partners are here. This road to getting to, as I mentioned, a nationally spread but locally felt regulatory regime requires a lot of back office work. Automations, as you had heard from the minister, of the systems therein, and the applications of new technologies so that we are very sure about what is being reported. This is not a cheap endeavor, and I can assure you it is a further strain on our already strained national purse. And as the chamber, we would appeal to our cooperating partners to, as much as possible, support our ministry with resources for the back office type work, creation of systems, procedures, and standard ways of doing across the country in an interconnected way, so that we can attain what I've mentioned now as our ideal jurisdiction control level. Nationally visible, but locally felt. I think that's really what we have to aim for if we are to get to where I think this Indaba wants to be, and also get the most out of our resources. Thank you.
Very much. We have come to the end of our discussion, but under a minute, just in case there are any burning thoughts. Our lady at the end, under a minute, please. Any burning thoughts around the remarks from the acting permanent secretary? Thank you.
All right, so first of all, none of us would have been here without education. And I'm so happy to say we have free education as at now. But unfortunately, we have also a number of children who are dropping out of school to participate in mining activities. And so my wish is to see all those children, or rather, there should be an age restriction, at least from 19 and above. Yes, these children can be allowed, but as long as all these should not be allowed to be involved in mining activities. Thereby, I would love to see all the children that have dropped out of school due to mining activities to go back to school.
Young gentleman, just under a minute.
Okay, I'll try to.
Your last
under a
thoughts.
minute, yes. So when it comes to children in mining, that's my main focus. Reasons why children participate. One of them is they're either being forced or they are doing it because they have to. We have a large proportion of poverty in Zambia, and this is the reason why most children partake in these mining activities. So to address such an issue, we also need to look at the aspect of the social security, which are supposed to be granted to the children to eat. And how can they get it? Because we have children from child-headed families who cannot access the social security funds that are there for them. And most of them do not even know about it. So I'd like to know what the ministry can do to not only educate and sensitize, but also make sure that it is part of our education to make sure that everyone knows about the social security and how it can be used effectively to remove children from the mining sector.
Thank you very much. Only us children, the three of us, social security, really interested. We want to know. At this point, I'll just open it up for discussions, but I only get 2 comments. One gentleman, one lady, and it to be at my discretion. It's very good to be a chair. So from this far end and this far end, if I can have 2 reactions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
What's your name and where you're coming from?
My name is Miriam Piri from Media Network on Child Rights and Development. What I wanted to find out, children working in mines is a form of child abuse, and I want there to be no priorities, be given more importance to different forms of abuse. The same action that's been taken to take care of a person who defiles a young girl, which is not less than 10 years imprisonment, should be done the same to any person who's doing any form of child abuse, not only paying a fine and having imprisonment for less than 2 years according to the Employment Act.
Thank you. Another reaction? Yes, Luange.
Thank you. I think mine is a faith faith-based movement through the three mother bodies and CSOs, also the Chamber of Mines. We are seated here like it's a dream. No one thought one day we'll sit and talk on a round table, mining companies be enemies. So, as we discuss today, we have a lot of topical issues. Even those that do not know anything about mining, you will find them, all the blogs, if you check your WhatsApp groups, people are discussing topical issues. So my appeal is, as we leave this place, we need to go with concrete outcomes that we all agree to say this is what we are going to do to move our country out of this situation. What I mean is the government is doing a lot of work in terms of reforms, amendments of what and all that. Let us all contribute and ensure that at the end of the day, we have one thing, because those that have been around in these Indabas, you see that we've been reforming for over, if not 20 years. Each time we meet, we are reforming this. The next time we meet, we are reforming that. So we keep on going forward and backwards. So can we move forward once and for all? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lange, for that. I've seen that the acting permanent secretary is still here. Would you want to make a remark? Any comments, your reflection, especially on child labor and punitive measures? Under 1 second.
I think the intervention would be that in terms of ensuring that we have responsible mining practices, a lot of intervention perspective, but specifically responding to the issue of child labor, we actively working with Ministry of Labor, and I think very soon we should be seeing us coming up with a program which is supported by our cooperating partners to address specifically issues of child labor in areas where there's mining activities, Central, Luapula, and Copper Belt. But generally, I think the policy initiatives seems to be speaking to the issues that have been brought to the fore. But we need stakeholder engagement, which is very key. And as government or as the Ministry of Mines, we are open to dialogue. The policy and legislative issues I talked about, I think most of them have been shared with the cooperating partners, civil society, organizations, faith-based organizations, so that they have an input into what we are doing. So essentially, that's what I would say for now. But I think we are open for further conversations. Thank you.
That's why I said under a second, because I knew it was going to be over a minute. If I'd said over a minute, it was going to be 3 minutes. So thank you very much, Acting Permanent Secretary, and thank you so much, our discussants. And I'm sure we've heard and we've discussed. And for us, I think as civil society organizations, we're looking forward to ensuring that we do not do reforms anymore, but we go into action and ensuring that we have systems and systems that work for the Zambian people, but we're also benefiting from our resources, because we only have one Zambia and one nation. Thank you very much.
So we want to thank Madam Fides Temba, but here it's written Temba. Okay, Temba, okay. Thank you very much, Madam, and all the discussants on the feedback on what the acting PS said on behalf of the minister. And as the ministry, we take note of all the interventions that have been laid out to us. This time around, we are going to get into another session before we go to lunch. And now we'll call upon people to give solidarity messages from partners and supporters of this mining Indaba. So do we have Miss Yvonne Chibia from Oxfam, Zambia? Under 2 minutes, because we want to cut on time. So you can come through here, and then she'll be followed. So all the people that are giving solidarity message should just walk up front so that we cut on time. So we'll have Yvonne Chibia. We have Mr. Jonathan Lee from Joint Country Program, JPC Zambia. And then we've got community voices from Luapula. I think these are people who are being organized by Madam Ken, if I'm not mistaken. She's very passionate about my province. I come from Luapula, so I follow whatever that she's doing, you know. Maybe one day we can see Luapula develop. We've also Miss Salome Sichali from Daikona, Zambia. Community voices from Sinazongwe. And then Miss Nachilala Nkombo from WWF. And then the moderator is Pastor Stephen Munduma from Evangelical Fellowship of Zambia. Is the pastor around? Is he there? Okay, so you can walk up front and occupy those spaces. So please, so we'll give you around 25 minutes, because we are hoping to go somewhere around 13:30. Yeah. Over to you, Pastor.
Thank you so much. Riding on the protocols that have already been established by our ABLE program directors. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Pastor Stephen Mudoma from the Evangelical Fellowship of Zambia, EFZ. EFZ is a church mother body in Zambia, one of the 8 church mother bodies, but one of the 3 largest, famously so 3 largest church mother bodies of Zambia. And EFZ is a mother body that evangelizes, also talks about good governance and also community empowerment. For the solidarity messages, as my ABLE panel has already been introduced, we will start with has been working in Zambia since the early 1980s, working with partners and stakeholders. Programs include developing sustainable livelihoods within the context of HIV and AIDS, health and education, water and sanitation, strengthening community capacity and coping with disasters. And in the spirit of getting the 2 minutes that our program director suggested, we'll go straight into the message with Madam Yvonne Chibia, Oxfam, Zambia.
Thank you. I'll just speak off the cuff, and mainly this is because these are issues, and most of what has been discussed this morning are issues of great concern, especially for Oxfam, having worked around extractives for quite some time now. And so just a message and echoing some of the sentiments that have already been expressed this morning, starting with the fact that Zambia has been mining for over a century now, but we are so far from realizing it in terms of the level of poverty, especially for the host communities where mining activities happen. So for us and for Oxfam, it's just to ride on the moment and also appreciating the reforms that government has been speaking about. I think now working for all and for all the citizens. Aspects around gender inclusion, we are quite concerned, even when we're looking at some of the reforms that are happening, that women are being left behind, and yet we're trying to have a sector that is inclusive and leaving no one behind from an aspect of beneficiation, but also participation. So our solidarity there is to the women, and what we have women participating in the ASM sector, but let us see them in the mainstream and in the whole value chain across the mining sector. And that would speak to issues of value addition as well, youth empowerment. Let's see more women in there. We're talking about a just transition, and just transition also within the context of critical minerals. I think it therefore becomes important, and solidarity also then to the government, because we've just been told some of the thinking around what needs to be reformed. But I think for us, what's important as Oxfam and standing in solidarity with others is that the policy reform processes must also move with speed, so that they are aligning with the whole conversation and we're not left behind in terms of having legal and policy frameworks that are responsive to the context and the issues. We did hear this morning, even at SADC level, they're already one step ahead in pre-positioning. We're talking about critical minerals that are transboundary in nature. We're talking about Zambia pre-positioning itself to participate meaningfully and with a lot of value around the critical minerals conversation. So it's just solidarity and a call for that. I think on ASM, it's nice to see that we are moving towards more formalization of the sector, but I think also in solidarity with the other messages we've been hearing, just to ensure that into the mainstream mining sector, and looking at it from a lens where we have high youth employment, so making it a sector that is attractive, but also all-encompassing across human rights are very, very important. So also a solidarity message there in terms of ensuring that where their host communities are concerned, they're also involved in terms of their being informed and making decisions that work for them and leave no one behind. So yes, I luta continua to the struggle in solidarity with everybody else, and just to say, it's our country, these are our minerals, and let's benefit. And
Thank you very much for that solidarity message from Oxfam, Zambia. The second message is from the Joint Country Program, or JCP. The Joint Country Program, JCP, is a venture of three organizations, Christian Aid, Dan Church Aid, and Norwegian Church Aid. And to help us with that solidarity message is Jonathan Lee Haworth. I hope I've pronounced it correctly, from JCP Zambia.
Thank you very much. You almost got it right. My name's Jonathan Lee Haworth. I'm the country director for the Joint Country Program. It's actually between Dan Church Aid and Norwegian Church Aid. Christian Aid left a couple of years ago. So now we are 2. We're very happy to be here at the ZAMI. We're a long-term supporter of the ZAMI and have been here since the start. And it's a platform that brings together a lot of diverse groups and interests. And for that, we're very proud and think it's a great environment to discuss some of these issues. It's actually the culmination of many different engagements at different levels. We have community AMIs, CAMIs, we have district AMIs, DAMIs, we have provincial AMIs, and of course there's the big one, the Alternative Mining Indaba in Cape Town every year. And together, all these different platforms and dialogues, I think, help to push forward the agenda and the conversation. So this year we're talking about a just energy transition. And it's great to have that emphasis because, of course, this, especially in Zambia, is very topical and for many years to come will become very important, not only for development, but for issues around justice as well. So while we're discussing and thinking about it over the next 2 days, some of the questions we might want to be thinking about is, from the point of view of a coal miner in Sinazongwe, what does this mean, a just energy transition? Will this person lose their job, for example? And how about local marketeers in Mfumbwe or Kalumbila who benefit from the mining activities in those areas? What does it mean for the revenue collection, for the governments? Is it business as usual here, or is there an opportunity? And in terms of government policy, how is the energy transition reflected in policies in Zambia and regionally and internationally to ensure that we prepare for a genuine, just transition to green energy and that we can take advantage of this? And then critically, from my organization's point of view, what does this mean for civil society and for our own initiatives and for our advocacy towards different stakeholders, such as the government, such as private sector? I don't personally have the answers to these, but these are the sort of questions we should be thinking about in this forum. And hopefully with the people here and the hive mind that we have, we can actually start to unpack some of these issues. Now, we can't underplay the importance of mining on the economy in Zambia, even though there's been some very good and correct pushback on mining activities, for example, in national parks recently. Mining is 17.5% of GDP, and it's 70% of Zambia's foreign exchange earnings. So it's not going anywhere as a huge elephant in the room to deal with. Then, in terms of the just energy transition, you know, in Zambia, there's going to be a huge demand for the minerals that we have here. And Forbes, for example, are anticipating that in 30 years' time, the demand for nickel is going to triple, copper is going to double, and lithium could be around 700% of what it is now. And this is an unprecedented opportunity to fight poverty and inequality via a fair distribution of those resources. But it also presents an opportunity for mining companies to rake in more profits. And there is no guarantee that this opportunity will filter down to the people who need it the most, the average Zambian, the most vulnerable people who deserve that these profits are reinvested in their futures and their children's futures. So that presents a real importance, especially for civil society, to keep attention on what is happening, to keep raising the red flag when there is one, and to hold duty bearers accountable and mining companies for delivering on this just energy transition in a way that is not just beneficial to private sector interests and the haves, but it also benefits the have-nots as well. So there's a lot of work to do. Together, I think if we focus our efforts together, then this opportunity is going to be fantastic for this country, but it's not a given. It's a lot of hard work ahead to make sure that we can all benefit from this. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much for that solidarity message. We have a solidarity message from the community voices from Ruapula.
Greetings once more. Samamsonda Kearns, coming from Care for Nature, Zambia, and I bring greetings from the people of Luapula province. We are happy to be here, not alone, but also accompanied by the children, because as we are talking about the energy transition, for us, we think it won't be just if there are children involved in mining. And if it is being mined by children, then it is illegal. And as an organization, we are happy that we are giving the children space to talk, because studies that have been conducted have showed that countries like Zambia and the Democratic of Congo, where we have these energy minerals, there are children involved in mining. Already in there, which has the energy mineral that is needed for the electric vehicle batteries, which is manganese. But yet our province, despite having high poverty levels, with all the minerals that we have had a lot of illegal mining. Not long ago, if people follow current affairs, we are a province where a mineral called sugilite has been discovered. We are a province that has lost a provincial minister. We have lost a deputy permanent secretary due to illegal mining. So for us, we are thinking, as we are talking about the energy transition, we need to look at how are we going to address the issues of illegal mining. Maybe alternative mining in the space in 2019 when we had our first Luapula alternative mining Indaba, which we call the Luapula mining Insaka. And we got support from our publisher, What You Pay, of which we are a member, and we are the provincial chairing organization in Luapula province. We also got support from Caritas, Diaconia, and Norwegian Church Aid, and Action Aid Zambia. And since 2019, we have continued to enjoy the solidarity and support from different civil society organizations that are working in the extractive industry. And just this year, we had our fifth Luapula mining Insaka, of which we were privileged to have the Mines Minister, Honorable Paul Kabuswe, attend, because we held it together with the first manganese Indaba. What do these spaces mean for us? We are collecting voices right from the villages, from the communities that are affected by mining. If you come to Luapula province, despite as you are entering the province, meeting trucks living with tons of manganese, when you go to the communities where this manganese is coming from, you will see environmental degradation. You will find women carrying buckets of manganese on their head, taken to a point of sale, to sell for only 5 kwacha or 10 kwacha if they have a good buyer. You will find children who have just left their class to go and participate in mining. And when you look at our statistics, our poverty has been persistent because of the exploitation which is happening in Luapula province. And so for us, we feel this is the right platform for us to tell the people of Zambia what is happening in Luapula province, so that as we are planning together as stakeholders who are looking for sustainable mining, who are calling for benefit for the local people, we'll also think about Luapula. For the children, I think those who are in the education sector will agree that for the past 3 years, Luapula has been a province with poor results. So we need to look at how mining is affecting the child labor, how it is affecting school performance. And we are also highly concerned because in Serenja, just in Central Province, we saw what happened with people having a disease because of manganese exposure. But here are children being exposed to manganese. What is the health implication? So in short, we are grateful to the organizers of the ZAMI. We had the privilege to also attend the Africa Alternative Mining Indaba, and not long ago we were in Botswana to also see how the people of Botswana were holding their first alternative mining Indaba in Gansi. And one thing we learned is that Botswana is more coordinated. There is no child labor. When I called for solidarity for child labor, they said a child in the mining sector. So we feel if other countries have done that, we can also do it. So thank you, children. We are here to support you, and thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you so much for that solidarity message. From Wapula, may I ask that the remaining two, with two more messages, could really shorten their message so we can get it into time, or the resource of time. And so moving on, the next solidarity message is from Diakonia, which has been working in Zambia since 2003, focusing on human rights, democracy, gender equality, social and economic justice, and conflict and justice. Diakonia.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So 20 years of Diakonia. The moderator has already spoken to the works that we're doing. So for us as Diakonia, together with the partners here in Zambia, 20 years has been a long road. However, through our partners and through the communities have been built, where they're able to demand rights and they have the information. But however, just coming from my colleague immediate left side of the Damis and the Pamis, just coming from the Sinazongwe district mining Indaba a few weeks ago, I wish to make mention to this house that we didn't have an interface. The communities were empowered to speak. They wanted to speak, but the mining companies were not available. So for us as Diakonia and partners, our solidarity message is that we really want dummies and provincial alternative mining indabas, as it were, to be spaces where when communities speak and they advocate, that space should be able to give them or provide the platform where they should be heard. Because obviously in these spaces, it's more of policy dialogue. So we are trying to actually advocate for spaces where communities are empowered to speak for themselves, and not that we should always speak for them as civil society. Having said that, I'm finishing up, I'm concluding. Diakonia is also supporting the work of business and human rights at national level, which is being led by the Ministry of Justice. So obviously there's no departure point between mining, agriculture, and business and human rights. So in that space, we are embarking on, of course, building capacities of all stakeholders concerned, but also looking at how we develop the National Action Plan for Zambia on business and human rights. So we're hoping that all these processes that we're speaking to this morning and in the next 2 days will also contribute to those processes, and we look forward to being part of that kind of growth. Thank you very much.
Many thanks for that message. I will swing back to the community voices, this time from Sinazongwe.
Thank you so much. My name is Reverend Regina Tembo Shawa from Sinazongwe. I'm here representing FLOC, that is under CCZ, and also I'm the chairperson for Publish What You Pay Zambia, Southern Chapter. So on the voices from Sinazongwe, during the 5th mining Indaba that we had on the 23rd of June, 2023, under the theme, Coal Mining Amidst Energy Transition, what is the way for Sinazongwe? The voices that came from there were a lot of people, a lot of community members had a lot to say, as the colleague from Diakonia has mentioned. But we discovered as a community that the mining companies, the district administration office, the local council were not there to hear what the community had. The other thing that the community was concerned about was that when you look at the state of the road for Mamba Batoka, it is so bad. Just at the entrance, you are greeted with dust, meaning that When you start off from there, it will take hours for you to reach. But it's starting from somewhere, or I say years back, government sectors have promised, and yet nothing is happening. Last year we had a terrible accident. Even the permanent secretary came and provincial minister came, but nothing worked. And the community is crying to say, is really mining improving roads, or mining is making sure that the road is more deplorable in Sinazongwe? That was another question. Then the community wants to be in the forefront of organizing the mining in Indaba, as they have now known how they can speak for themselves. The other thing is that customer land is mostly sold without the knowledge of the traditional leaders. They just come and impose things on the people in the Sinazongwe district. Yet the owners of the land don't have a share. I'll give you an example of one man who said, these people or investors came one day saying, we'll give you a 500 kwacha every month if you give us this land. Honestly speaking, 500 kwacha for the piece of land, which is so huge, that is more like an insult for the owner of the land. So these are the voices from Sinazongwe and many more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And finally, I hope I've done well with time. Finally, WWF, founded in 1961, but immediately set foot in Zambia in 1962, which is a year later. And in Zambia, they've been working in forestry, species of protected areas, freshwater rivers, wetlands, extractive industry. And this afternoon, to help us with a solidarity message is Mr. Bruce Mushipi, who is representing Ms. Najilala Nkombo.
Thank you very much, moderator. You've already mentioned what we do as WWF, so I won't get into that. But as an organization, we do recognize that mining has been a bedrock of our Zambian economy for some time. And we therefore mean to say that mining should be done in a sustainable way, so that it doesn't compromise on the integrity of our ecosystem. Proud to be part of this Indaba, and we just wanted to draw 2 points to this Indaba. The first one being around the need for increased regulation of small and artisanal mining. I'm sure we listen to the news every day, and there's all this confusion in this particular sector because it's not so much regulated. So we would like to draw this Indaba to that particular area. Then the second area is around the strengthening of the policy and the legal framework on mining. And the current process of reviewing the policy and legal framework should reflect the following. A comprehensive stakeholder consultation before issuing of mining licenses. Then B, benefit sharing mechanisms, and this has already been mentioned before. Then harmonization of mines and mineral development with other acts, such as Wildlife Act and Forest Act. Then D, national level biodiversity offset framework linking ecological resilience and land use planning and local livelihood. Then finally, the need for a full environmental impact assessment rather than environmental project brief in protected area networks. So in conclusion, we do realize that I think where we're going, there's a lot of demand for raw materials, which has a far-fetching effect on our environment. And so we need to ensure that we guard our forests and that way we will be able to protect our environment.
Well, thank you so much for your attention. At this point, may I invite our program director to guide us further.
Thank you very much. We can take the other seats. What do you? I was almost tempted to say, what do you say? As if we were in church, right? Because it was being presented by a pastor. Thank you, Pastor, for being a steward of time. Now, this time around, we are going to disperse for lunch. And I'm reliably informed that there are ladies, those good-looking ladies around who are giving coupons for lunch. Now, lunch will be served just in the other building, just this side. And so this morning when I was coming for work, I was telling my wife, I said, I'm going to attend a meeting at Mulungushi Conference Center. So she asked me, which building are you going to be using? So I said, probably should be the old one. She says, no, don't call it the old one. Call it the original one. So maybe this is the original one. So I don't know, the other one, what is it called? There's only new and old, but there's another one. So it's called Kafue, I'm told. That's where lunch will be served. So we're going to disperse for 45 minutes because we want to catch up on time. So this is 20 past. We expect to be back by 2:20. Bon appetit.
a very interesting moment. And please, let's settle down, those of us that are inside. Let's settle down. The afternoon session is unique because it's the shortest time. From 14, the next time is 15, the next is 16. 16, we are all thinking about knocking off. So we are trying to utilize it at the most challenging time. So the morning section had take away from from Mr. Msole, who gave the prayer, was that why are we still in these great levels of poverty? We have created an alliance with poverty amidst great abundance of natural resources. Why are we still in this great alliance with poverty conversation? And you heard the stakeholders, the faith leaders. The question is that what are you doing with your audience at church? How can we take advantage? Literally every Sunday you can host a mining Indaba as a spiritual leader or an alternative mining Indaba at church level, because you've got the audience to share the word and to advocate through, and you've got the whole cluster of society. The other that was interesting was from community members. They were very candid in saying that their voice is not very included and it's not heard. The other stakeholders do not respect their voice. And that was among the many issues that the solidarity messages are shared. But also look at Dr. Maponga talked about the structure issues in terms of policies. No matter how much we talk, even in Chamber of Mines intimated that. So the debate continues. Those that are not yet settled, you should know that you are the one delaying our program. Thank you very much. Welcome to the last bit of the session. If you look at the program, there was the last session for the morning that was not done. The 12:30 to 12:30 to 13:30. That's a panel discussion, emerging global and regional trends, opportunity. We have not yet recovered the hour that we lost in the morning, the 1 hour. So this session is 30 minutes at most, and we hope that in your 30 minutes as a moderator of the session, you make sure that the panel discussants, they make their presentation, and the discussants give their views, and in the 30 minutes, you create some time for the plenary feedback. So it's important as our moderators. So this session that we are starting will be managed by Isabel Mkelebai, Head of Programs, Joint Country Program. And the session, like I said, is emerging global. We have Mr. Manson from the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, that's from South Africa. We have Mr. Ian, Zambia Extractive Industries and Transparency Initiative. We have Mr. Msonda, ActionAid, Zambia. WWF have not yet seen Achilala unless otherwise someone is standing on representing. Yes, sir. WWF? Yeah? Okay, thank you. So WWF has a representative that has come in. Thank you very much, sir. So those panelists that I've called, may you please take your right seats as I also invite Mr. Madam Isabel Mkelewai to come and lead the session. Those that have come with long presentations, you need to bring your skills to summary today. And we pray that spiritually there will be interventions.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we welcome the panel to think about what this means in terms of strategy for our extractive industry, guarding, of course, against bad governance, as well as seizing opportunity, looking at global trend, looking at what is likely to happen in the next few years, and how we could position ourselves, but that also seizes the economic opportunity that comes with it. Now to a few things. That number one, the rising demands for critical minerals has led to regional and global developments that present opportunities for us, for source countries actually like Zambia, but also there are challenges. And we'll be expecting the panel to clearly highlight what some of those things would look like. Strategies and instruments to ensure stable supply of critical minerals are being developed in many countries. Would like to understand the position perhaps for Zambia, and also whether there are specific countries that are imposing restrictions on exporting raw critical materials, among other trends. Now, I know that the issue, this package has already been indicated, has got representatives from WWF, Action Aid, Zambia, the Zambia Extractive Industry Initiative, as some of the challenges that we could expect in the region, but also for Zambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Indaba, for inviting us all the way from South Africa. We appreciate your concern. I'm director will be, and that I generally do not like the sound of my voice, so I'll try to be very quick. All protocols observed. I never know what that means, but I'm told I must say something to that effect. I just want to quickly speak to three things. I mean, I've been asked particularly to speak on the global trends. I think I'll narrow it down to the continent. When I return to Joburg, I briefly want to speak about the resource center, what it is that we do. So that will be the first thing that I want to do. The second thing, I want to highlight some of the trends, the challenges, and opportunities. Most of much of that, and then lastly, I would like to give some form of recommendations, what we think could be the best way forward, particularly for Zambia, the African region. The job requires that I work with local civil society across the Southern African continent. The resources, as the name says, the Business and Human Rights Resource Center, our main mandate is to ensure that businesses are held accountable for human rights violations where they violate human rights. We try to ensure that they minimize the violation of human rights wherever they're operating. And we work across many sectors, all sectors, as long as there are businesses involved. But you'd find that for particularly my region and for Africa in particular, our focus is on mining, mainly because of the rich resources that Africa has. So 80% of the work that we do is to fight with mining companies, ensuring that they do things right and trying to make sure that they don't violate human rights. I want to quickly distinguish, I've had a number of speakers speaking to the issues of businesses building roads and ensuring that they assist host communities. I just want to quickly highlight that the resource center, when I give this presentation, I always like to distinguish to say our role is to ensure that when companies operate, they do their things in a proper manner. It's not how they spend their money. So if they make millions in profit and they decide to build schools or build hospitals, that's fair and fine. We are happy with that. But our focus really is how did they make that million? How did they make those profits? In that process, did they violate human rights? Did they pollute the environment? Did they abuse workers, for example? That is where our focus is centered. A number of people confuse what we do as us asking for charity from companies and so forth and saying that they must build schools, they must build hospitals and so forth. That is not really what we stand for. We want to ensure that as they extract, as they do their businesses, they do not violate human rights. In the event that they violate human rights, we want to ensure that they remedy the situation or they provide some form of remedy to the communities. The mining issue of renewable energy, the just transition. A lot of civil society have gone out and said, we must transition, we need to use green energy and so forth. But what a lot of people fail to remember is that this involves extraction. This involves mining. And mining by its very nature is violent, it's destructive. So we need to ensure that we guard that monitor these companies as they come to extract our minerals in the African continent in particular. And like I said, I won't dwell on the trends of what is happening. It's really the repetition of the mining of coal, the mining of copper, every scenario that you can think of, it's repeating itself again. Mining companies come and start mining without consulting the communities. They pollute the water, they pollute the air. So really, you can name it. Those are the trends across the whole continent. The question, however, is what can we do? What should we do about it? So let me quickly move on to the recommendations. Some of the works that we've been doing as a resource center, which really looks into trying to understand that there is power in numbers. It's going to be very difficult for Zambia alone, for Namibia alone, for Zimbabwe alone to negotiate some of these deals with these strong multinational companies. We would like to encourage our government to have a single approach to some of these issues. So if Zambia says you're not going to extract my lithium in Zimbabwe. So we would like to encourage our governments to ensure that they work together, they develop policies that speak to the continent, that speak to because really there's plenty in the whole globe. So we have lithium, it was mentioned earlier, Zambia and DRC, biggest reserves of copper and cobalt. They need that for renewable energy. Zimbabwe and Namibia, biggest reserves of lithium. South Africa, manganese, you name it. So if we have that approach where we say, deal with us as a body, as a regional body, and these are our terms and these are our conditions, you'll find that you are able to negotiate more with these multinational companies. I'm going to my closing remarks now, Madam Chair. So 3 things that we think, and that they're not necessarily an end in itself, but those are some of the things that we think both companies and governments should ensure happens when they are negotiating with these multinational corporations. Number 1, we need what to call transparency and accountability for mining companies when they operate within the region. Number 2, we need a human rights based and social protection. So we need to have principles that speak to human rights, that speak to social protection for communities, particularly who are affected by these mining companies, for workers who are going to be working in these mining operations. And number 3, we also need what we call fair negotiations, which includes principles of free price and enforcement. There will be fair negotiations. Government will be on their side. Companies are going to take advantage of them. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Those are very, very important insights that you've just given us. And I think one of the aspects to make sure that we safeguard against the elements of exploitation. Now we'll quickly move to the Zambia Extractives Industry Transparency Initiative, and I'll invite. So considering where we are now, what key perspectives would ZEITI share around the just transition, speaking to global trends, but being very specific perhaps about opportunities in Zambia, and also highlighting what EITI perhaps could do?
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. And I think that question is actually quite huge. I'm not very sure whether we have the solutions as EITI as yet. But I think what we need to highlight here, having now, we also need to look ahead and plan properly. Perhaps I can reflect on 4 issues that with them being risks. The first issue is that you know that critical minerals are actually very price sensitive. They're actually very volatile. If you look at the price of lithium now, compare it with what it was last year, it has actually halved. Already you can see that a 50% value in loss of that mineral has been lost. And the fact that we haven't sanity, we have already percent. I'll not even mention nickel, because nickel now we are actually mining through the enterprise mine. But of course, I think there is quite a lot that we can do. So the issue around price volatility planning for the future, the models that have been talked about in terms of forecasting, how much time do we have? Are we talking about the transition in future, or indeed perhaps we have even transitioned? The second thing that I wish to bring to the table is regarding the corruption risks that are inherent in this space. And I think mineral rights. How is the process actually done? Do we know whom we are licensing to? Do we know, the risks that are associated with individuals that are exposed politically, and even the type of investment that comes in? We know for a fact that investment comes in several forms. The Eastern investment is usually unlisted, it's private. Sometimes some people have said that Eastern investment is actually, where it finds confusion, it actually amplifies it. But also, of course, Western investments has its own dynamics. We know of situations that just happened with some of the global corporations in terms of their. It's the third part is regarding environmental and social issues. The rush for critical minerals inadvertently has made us to actually begin to encroach areas that are environmentally sensitive and also socially sensitive. And I think at the core of this is the question needs to have a human face for it to actually have meaning. The fourth and final risk that I wish to identify. We know that this has been given so many names. In other cases, you find that you hear names like resource nationalism. What does that even mean? The cause to have a greater share of an SOEs in this space is actually quite huge. But we actually is being done. And I think this also needs to be reflected quite critically. A few proposals from my end. The first bit is this sort of gathering that we are having, a multi-stakeholder approach to some of these solutions. And I'm happy, really, you can see in terms of representation of industry, the government, and it's actually one of those events where you can actually, have where people are seeking joint solutions. I think it's one of the issues that we need to take forward in terms of co-creating solutions in this space. The second bit is around reporting of prices, production figures, exports, but also the reserves. How much copper do we actually have in this country? How much lithium do we have for us to plan ahead? And I think it speaks to the issues around geological country. I'm told there are what do we need to do to beneficial ownership disclosure? I think one of my colleagues was teasing me that I know you're going to talk about that, but that's a critical issue because the owner of his assets is very critical in how ethical these individuals are. Here, I think we've heard issues around human rights. We know that some of these players are actually coming with ill intentions. The politically exposed individuals, to what extent are they actually, screened through a process that is above board, issues around due diligence. And I think this also calls for a report that for Zambia, we do have a process under the Opening Extractives Program where we have PACRA, EITI, FIC, and implementing that. Finally, and I think we have seen this in other jurisdictions in Peru, around the disclosure of environmental information. And here, I think also issues around how this environment is managed financially. We have in Zambia the EPF, and I think colleagues from civil society have actually gone ahead to actually, have a conversation around the EPF, for example. We know that there's now a fund manager. What does that mean? We have $38 million in EPF. Is that enough? Where do we go? Because if you look at the environmental liabilities, back of the envelope calculation. So if 88 million compared to $1 billion, where are we at? But I think for me, that's really trying to bring it together. I'll leave it at that now. Thank you.
Those are excellent perspectives, and I'll build in conversation by bringing in Mr. Musonda Kavinga from ActionAid. Local civil society organizations have been very concerned about the fact that this will drive the demand for critical minerals, and yet the country has grappled with bad governance generally of the mining sector. Do you think to be able to provide oversight, we are ready for this transition? Perhaps you could speak to those elements.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I'll structure my reflections to start also looking at the issue of demand, but I want to look at it in the context of some of the movements we have seen around some agreements that Zambia has signed or have initiated in the area of opportunities. Then I'll come to the area about civil society role, and I'll end with some recommendations. So just to build on when we look at opportunities, you may recall that of countries and companies that have come on board and tried to sign some agreements. And allow me just to say there's also a potential partnership agreement between the Zambian government and the British government on clean energy and critical mineral supply of about about $3 million United States $1 billion. Then also we are aware that recently I had a memorandum of understanding on the electric vehicle batteries industry. So in terms of the demand, I think we already see that really there is demand in the Democratic Republic of Congo. According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, a US-based policy think tank, I think there are certain areas around that agreement that we may need to beef up as a country. So for example, one of the things they're saying that that agreement is not binding as one of the things. Secondly, also is the issue of the geopolitical consideration. So what I'm saying here is that in the context of the global economy. So here, for instance, maybe we are looking at the US and China. And here we have Zambia and Democratic Republic of Congo. Global powers. So here the main issue is that we also need to do our part as Zambia to set the agenda for the interests that we have. Because otherwise we risk playing to the demands of one global economy over the other. So what this partnership we are going into, we need to have our agenda and our interests so that we are not there to play to the influence of one player over the other. Maybe the other player wants to dominate over another player. Then also the issue of into the issue that you raised about the role that civil society can play in all this. Civil society has been the minerals policy or strategy. Our role as civil society is to mobilize in that strategy that is being developed. How is government going around the issue of inclusion? We have people on the ground. How can we bring people on board to be value addition also that we cannot be government? And the strategies that focuses more on the issue of ensuring that there's value addition. Already right now, if you learn from other countries like Zambia signed an agreement with the European Union, I think about last year, to export lithium. But just 1 year down the line this year, they canceled that agreement into one, which they didn't like, and also on the pretext that these large quantities are being to go and test. So that's also an issue that civil society can bring on the table in terms of advocating for issues of inclusion. Thirdly, we are also recommending and saying that when we look at all this in the context of the mineral value chain, we want to see to read that there is inclusion at minerals across countries, but even at the local level. Then also the other thing that we can bring on board in terms of our advocacy to government, we are talking about geological mapping, which is critical, and some morning say that, and if we don't own the process, we open ourselves to other forces. So this is also an area that I think as civil society we can bring on. Also because we work in different communities where some of these minerals are to be mined. Would also engage the local people there and engage and discuss how best do we think there can be genuine engagement. And I use the word genuine engagement and collaboration with the communities to, wow, you people, you are told to wait because we need to develop a proper strategy. But another person is taking the mineral away. So how do we ensure that there is genuine engagement and collaboration over that? So I think these are some of our, our issues. But lastly, the main issue here in terms of recommendation is that critical mineral strategy. That we want these issues to have raised. I end here for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Msonda. I'll come back to you for one more question, but let's take another dimension. With Mr. been doing a lot of great work in terms of the energy sector. And also, I think there has been great this energy transition, and also speak to whether or not you feel as a country we are ready to facilitate greater private sector engagement and participation on the key opportunities around the transition.
Thank you very much, my former boss. Let's get the question of the role that we play as our main role as the BWF is to look at conservation of nature and to look at how us people can live in harmony with, of course, animals and biodiversity. Yeah, so we're all excited to see, of course, all these opportunities, coming to us. Lately, we were very happy to see the opportunity to start producing lithium batteries for electric vehicles. It's a very good opportunity for us in terms of course, innovation and transition to new technologies, and also, of course, in terms of income. But the issues still remain on the impacts that it would create on the environment. And this is the core of the work that we do. We'd always want to assess to see the impact that our work or whatever activities we're undertaking will have on the environment. The impacts of mining, especially on the copper belt, where there were so many incidences of pollution, water pollution. And if we look at the best practice, we are part of the integrated resource plan. And as the BWF, we're given a very important role to look at the environmental work stream, how we can look at the impacts that will be created emanating from the demand. For example, I'll be more specific. The RRP had suggested a production of about 800,000 tons the next 30 years, but the government thought this was not ambitious enough, so this was increased to 3 million tons. So this means that even the energy planning that was there. But remember, if we assess our energy production now, especially hydro, we are limited. Our capacity is only up to 6,000 megawatts. So it means that this demand means we need more energy. So to be a question of what source of energy are we going to look at? Are we still going to the coming in of climate change? It's quite disruptive. So we are not able to meet that peak demand that we need, of course, to increase productivity. So it calls for a lot of questions on what are to do reduction going up in terms of dependence that we have on hydro, which is first of all limited. In the next 30 years, we might exhaust all the sources of energy from hydro that we need. So we need to now embark on other ways that get. Lately, also, we've seen some mines embarking on decentralized energy sources, like, they do solar around their premises. It's also a very good plus that to look at and the impacts that we have on the environment, especially on fresh water and also the pollutions. So these are some of the things that we can look at in terms of making sure that this is quite beneficial for people. But from the other conversations and we've had with other stakeholders, still mining illegally. So I don't know how mining can come in quickly to look at how they can intervene in terms of conducting feasibility studies and also assess the impacts that these people or how they're mining. I'm just coming from Petauke and Lusangazi area. I just came back yesterday, and this is a real story of things that we're seeing on the ground, where we have a lot of these people mining, even gold in many places. It's opportunity for the local to make sure that, of course, mining sometimes will displace indigenous people without a clear or a fair benefit sharing. So what will happen after some time? These areas will be left devastated, no restoration plans. So very important that as these undertakings are coming and the impacts are quite clearly noted, There are also plans to make sure that maybe tree planting and other, plans to make sure that the area is restored to be productive to the people. Yeah, so I think these are some of the things that I can highlight about the work that we do and how we can make sure that this transition also takes care of the environment, the impacts that we can do. Let me maybe also highlight some of the like on hydro. We've done the systematic hydropower planning, which advises the impacts that we can have. So this is very important. We've noted that most of the rivers cannot go downstream. So these are some of the indicators on how we should try to balance this transition in terms of the demand of critical minerals and of course then demand that is anticipated. Thank you.
Oh, okay. There being 5 minutes, you can answer those questions at the end when you're wrapping up. But let's open it up now for questions from the August House to the panel. Okay, I see a hand there. Tamika?
Thank you, Moderator Manson and Ian. So I think in both presentations, I'm merging a bit of the things you talked about. There was the issue of a regional approach when we're dealing with this transition. There's the issue, which would be the best body to do this? Would this be SADC, for instance? So I think maybe more
moderator. So you could speak to that. Any other question? We can take 3 and allow the panel to answer.
Services consultant. I've heard so much about increasing production to about 3 million. They face, especially if we are going to
Okay, I think it's
participation are very complicated. We have seen countries like Chile, Peru, and many others that have created, if in that way, need to ask us, do we need to create several ways? In other jurisdictions, it has been the case that the state has actually taken a very huge stake. Now, that has implications in terms of how you develop the sector and also attract the right investment. So a few issues to note around SOEs, issues around subcontracting. How are the decisions made by the SOE? Remember that the SOE instances you fund money off budget, and these are what are known as quasi expenditures. So if you don't pay attention to what is going on within the ecosystem of these institutions, you think we have very live examples in Zambia. However, we also need to know that downstream benefits. If we are to look at energy and the use of those minerals in the energy mix, we heard about hydro, issues around minerals. So we need to actually find a way to have the SOE play a much more better role. So maybe beneficiation in terms of the downstream. Then the issues around skills also come into play. In other countries like Uganda, they have a very clear local content policy around how the petroleum sector in general is being trained by the mining sector for it to actually do its work properly. So then applied. Maybe just a point of correction. It's 30 years in the integrated resource plan.
Good afternoon once more. Before I introduce the discussants who are coming mainly from the Ministry of Mines, can I see hands of economists in the house? Economists? Okay, quite many, eh? Oh, yeah. So, the people I'm you go salutations before their names. I've been thinking, you know, we've got engineers, they are called engineers, some are called councils. Is it not just proper that we can have, you know, now we'll be called the economist, Mr. Jembo, or something? Okay, yeah. So, barely a day passes without having a headline about the Ministry of Mines. If you're like me who listens to either, whether it's Phoenix or the an industry is doing. So this question, we are going to call upon, you know, people from the Ministry of Mines. We're going to discuss certain issues to deal with policy, to deal with geological map, mining safety, mine licensing, and all issues around development to be seated frontier. And then we've got council, geological, and last but not the least, engineer Chaduko to come up front. So all the staff from the Ministry of Mines will discuss all these issues that I spoke about and give insights of what the ministry is trying to do to ensure that the mining industry, like in the words of our minister, is sanitized. Okay, so the gentleman should be coming up front when I call your name. What, can we give them a round of applause? So this session is going to be moderated by Miss Daisy Lutangu from the Extractives Program Lead, Oxfam, Zambia. Lutangu. Yeah, my co-moderator is trying to emphasize that this should be done within 30 minutes. But you should get as much as information as you should, so that we can answer some of the
and then we have the rightful people from the ministry right here to respond to those questions for us. I think the moderator already, or rather the director of programs, Mines is a priority in terms of economic growth and development for Zambia. And there's been a lot really that's been going on. And since morning, I think we heard, for example, from UNECA how there's a need for us to have a policy framework on critical or green minerals. We also heard how there is need for us to strengthen the local content framework. The EU spoke about value chain. The chamber spoke about the advocacy work that they're doing on mineral revenue sharing mechanisms with the local communities, which is very important. Action aid has spoken about how there's a need for all. So this session really is to get presentations from the Ministry of Mines in terms of where we are, what exactly they're doing, and answer some of those questions and conversations that we're having. The repeal replacement of the Mining Act with the geology longer on the policy and regulation
that as we contribute to understand here is that government to launch the Ministry of Mines and Minerals develop the issues that we need to address as a ministry. The other thing that we is primary in the policy reforms is the need for us to for an effective and efficient licensing system to enhance the process of There's also from as many as one would hold to 5, because in the past we've seen that there's a number of institutions, individuals, and so that are holding multiple licenses for speculative purposes. So to avoid that, we are reforming the law to ensure that that is taken care of. The issue that we're looking at is the mining environmental regulation. My colleague will speak on the mining environmental regulation. We feel is important at the moment to ensure that as much as possible, the environment is taken care of. In conclusion, I would say government is committed to increasing the mining sector contribution to the economy. And for us, this becomes key, and we ride as much as possible on consultation, government regulation, and reforms to ensure that that is achieved. The ministry also commits to be as provide for information on geological information on the minerals and resources that are available. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for highlighting the various regulatory reforms that are going on in the ministry. I think there's been a key ask from civil society when we're drafting these laws for some sort of validation from the stakeholders that participate in these engagements before we can actually take some of these acts to Parliament and so on. I would like to now call upon, I heard him pronounce it as Janza. I don't know if it's Chanza, but I hope it's Janza because then it's Tonga, who is from the geological department. So we heard from Mr. Mwinga and production as well as geological mapping. So maybe as you are reflecting and articulating some of those issues on geological mapping and mineral resources, you can also reflect on that. You have 5 minutes. So we'll have to cap each one of the presenters to 5 minutes now. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon to you all. So I'm Janza Jiwepa, or Geological Survey Department. So you've probably heard at this point the recurring mention of geology or exploration. At this point, I'll encourage you all not to tire from it. You hear it over and over, but embrace it, enjoy it, because with regards to, for instance, our ambitious targets of 3 million tons production annually, and so on and so forth. My colleague has already spoken of our policy direction and legal fraud to it, or you find the aspect of geoscientific data generation and provision, which the ministry has holds as crucial in terms of its focus, in terms of strategy. I'll give you an example. We speak to one of the pillars within the 8th National Development. So one of the crucial ones that the ministry is emphatic and actually looking to facilitate and build is strategies like conducting countrywide high resolution geophysics, geological data generation. Now, to bring it home or to help you understand what we learned, like myself as a student studying exploration or mineral exploration, one of the crucial aspects that any investment firm, any whether junior or major exploration firm or mining company will be looking out for. Well, first of all, I think we are aware aspects that are looked at are things like, and I'll put them in their pecking order: geological confidence or geological information. Then you come to things like fiscal regime, and you come to things like infrastructure, and you come to things like, political stability. But one of the crucial ones is geological data. And this is so is because exploration, mining is a highly risky venture. On top of being extremely risky, it is highly capital intensive. We're talking about nothing less than $10 million in general, $100 million going into exploration, into a project. How then does the ministry come in to attract investment? How does the ministry come in to stimulate interest in your country? It's generation of data, because this is what helps any investor to decide whether there is actually potential. So this is why the ministry engages to, I would say, even de-risk to an extent. Of course, the geological survey does not explore to a high detail of actually find that attracts, but also forms as a basis for detailed exploration. So I thought maybe I just point that out. In terms of the risk profile, you know that every project or a number of projects exploring for copper or what have you, the chances of finding minerals will be 0.3%. That's greenfield in areas where no exploration has been done. Chances of finding your minerals that you're looking for in brownfield areas or areas in good proximity to already existing mines would be around 5%. And then if you do have, you have maybe found an area of good potential, 50 to 70% chance of such a project even becoming a mining project. See, so those are the risk profiles we deal with. So maybe in conclusion, I already stated the country, the ministry plans to beef up and enhance our geological data for those purposes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Shanza. We'll move very quickly to, and thank you for staying within the time, by the way. We'll move very quickly to Mr. Chulu, who's going to take us through environmental management and occupational health. I think we have heard a lot on the news now, especially artisanal and small-scale miners dying in these mines and whatnot. So.
I'm Yoram Chulu, and I'm going to take you through just some of the things that we're doing as a ministry in as far as environmental management, safety, and occupational health issues are concerned. So I'm from the Mine Safety Department that is charged with the mandate to formulate, monitor, and enforce regulations on safety, health, environment, and also the management of civil explosives in the Republic. We in terms of scale, in terms of our major contribution towards the scaling up of mining for economic development, I'll take you through the environmental management, safety, and occupational health perspective. So in this perspective, we're saying our key interventions are that we seek to expedite the approval processes for environmental reports. I'm sure you may be fully aware that when you want to set up any mine in the Republic, you do what is called an environmental impact assessment or environmental project brief. And once you do those you conduct those documents or prepare the reports, you need to pass them through the relevant environmental documents relating to establishment of any particular mine in the Republic. So we do make submissions to the environmental management to ZAMI, and we also are key stakeholders in ensuring that these operations that people bring on board are done in a manner that is also going to promote sustainability and not be wasteful in nature. So we also seek to improve environmental safety, occupational health legislation, in order to enhance compliance levels in the mining sector. Our key role is to make sure that any particular person that is concerned with mining goes to that operation safely and comes out of that operation safely, and that there is no degradation towards towards the environment. So we also are looking at synergies of increased sensitization and compliance monitoring. And this is also with a bias towards what we're calling the Environmental Protection Fund, because this is a fund that provides surety to the government in terms of the operators of the different mine operations, so that the government can actually be sure that at the close or end of life of this particular operation, the environment is going to be brought back to a standard or a level that one can still be able to benefit from it. Then the other key aspect also that we are synergizing on is we maintain a database for most of the ratifications in terms of the legal appointments, because the law requires that we have people that are responsible for different aspects of the operations. And it's important that these people that are charged with that mandate are actually competent for the role that they uphold. And that we put in place to certify equipment or to approve the different aspects of the plant setup in terms of their compliance to various standards that exist within our legislation. And also this has a bias towards care for the environment, because we know a lot of machinery that is being used in the mines produces hydrocarbons. And how do we then mitigate the aspect of pollution from that? We've also, provided some guidelines, and we seek to document most of these, guidelines that are coming on board and standards that we are doing with the Zambia Bureau of Standards. So we are looking at development of guidelines for the management of mine waste facilities and the closure of any particular mining operation. And these are documents that you will see, I think, as we feed into the different policies that my colleagues have alluded to. The other key aspect is that we have engaged into collaboration with academia, the industry, and other government institutions to enhance safety, care for the environment, as well as establishing a center of excellence in mining to be based in Kitwe, right within our office premises. We've also invested heavily, I think, in research and development with the help of collaborating partners. And in that, we've done researches in TB in the mines, we've done researches in different aspects that also affect the mining communities. So with these few remarks, I would like to say that we have also intensified in our plan, even for 2024, we've intensified the aspect of providing safety lectures and concluding on most of the legal reforms that relate to artisanal and small-scale mining. And also, we've invested heavily, I think, in terms of the plan for next year to promote the sustainable and safe exploitation and exploration of the mineral resources in the country. So with these few remarks, I would like to, I think, end at that note. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chulu. I was being warned we have 10 minutes remaining, but I've also been advised to ignore the time. So I'll try and do that. We'll very quickly move to Engineer Chadukwa from the Cadastre to just give us some reflections as well as an update on mining licensing. I think this is very important. As you do that, please do a bit of reflection on contract or license transparency, which has been a big conversation, as well as I think there was also mention of beneficial ownership screening at the point of licensing for PEPs and so on. Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you, Madam Presenter, Madam Moderator, sorry, for giving me this opportunity to briefly talk about mining cadastre department. Cadastre department is responsible for administering the exploration, mining, mineral processing licenses. We are at the center of the entire mineral value chain. This is where everything starts from. I'll be very brief because I know we're going to have so many questions regarding aspects of licensing. Everything starts with licensing. You can't explore, you can't mine, you can't conduct mineral processing without obtaining a license. And this is exactly what we do as cadastre. And in the last 1 year or so, we have been closed during the moratorium. And what we have been doing during that period was to conduct what we are calling system cleanup. As you may be aware, we have issued so many licenses, over 4,000 licenses countrywide. And all these licenses are issued with conditions. But you may be aware that out of that number, only very few are into production, are into mining, are carrying out exploration with due diligence, processing. But the majority are dormant. And this trend has continued over time. Even those that already have a lot of licenses have continued wanting to acquire more. So during the period of moratorium, we conducted the system cleanup. We're able to identify those that are holding on to licenses for speculative purposes, creations. And those are what have been contributing to overcrowding of the cadastral map. I'm sure most of you have access to the cadastral map through the public portal. You're able to see that the entire country, almost the entire country, is overcrowded with mining rights. You can't even have an opportunity to have a free area to apply. So it is through that period that we were doing what we are calling the system cleanup to eliminate those that have been dormant, those that are not compliant. I've mentioned these licenses are issued with conditions. So during the period, we have identified a lot of those holders who are non-compliant. And cadastre department being at the center of the entire value chain, we are interfacing with our sister departments, geological survey, mines development, mine safety. And we are part of the process of compliance monitoring. I think you're able to see the results now in the daily newspapers that we are publishing a lot of mining rights that are non-compliant. And you are going to continue seeing such adverts of those that have been holding on to tenements without conducting operations with due diligence. And why are we doing this? We want to clear up the cadastral map. We want to create areas for possible investment. We want to call for potential investors to come and invest, to come and take part in the exploitation of our mineral resources. We want to encourage the local participation, which is one of the key focus of this government. So this is what has been happening at cadastre, and this is what we will continue doing. And there's an aspect also of efficiency in the way we issue licenses. I'm sure you're able to attest to the fact that from the time that the mining cadastre was reopened to the public, we have been very consistent in the approval processes. From January to date, we have been sitting. The mining licensing committee has been sitting consistently. And I think on every sitting, we have been issuing not less than 350 mining rights. This shows that now we are committed to the service to the public, that we are going to enhance the aspect of processing of your licenses. In addition to that, we are in the process of developing the online licensing system. But we have started with the first phase of that aspect, which is the development of the cadastral public portal. All of you here who are seated here have access or can access the cadastral map using your gadgets. You just need a phone, a laptop, a computer, and the internet, and log to the website. You are able to see all details about licenses in this country. You are able to see areas that are free for applications. You are able to interrogate the system even without coming to the office. You are able to try your geographical coordinate systems and see whether those areas are free, for your application. The license holders, in the past, they used to submit hard copies. They used to submit hard copies of reports. They used to submit hard copies of mineral production returns. But we have advanced. They are able to submit those particular reports online or electronically. But that is not enough. In order for us to improve the efficiency of issuing the licenses, we want to migrate into a full-fledged online licensing system where you don't have to come with a hard copy. In your office, wherever you are, in Mwinilunga, out of the country, as long as an area is free, you are able to transact everything. You're able to do the whole process. You're able to pay online without coming to Lusaka, where everything is centralized. So these are some of the things that we intend to do in order to improve efficiency in the way we issue licenses. What are the advantages? We'll reduce on the physical interaction. EITI, I know Mr. Mwinga is here. There's an outcry that there's always an issue of corruption. When someone hears about cadastre, when someone hears about the Ministry of Mines, what comes in the mind? We are committing, we are giving you this commitment, we are giving you this assurance that once we migrate fully online, we are going to eliminate that aspect of human-to-human interaction. No one will touch your application. Everything shall be done by yourself and the system. The only interaction that you are going to have is you, an applicant, and the system. So in the next budget, in the 2024 budget, we are lobbying for funds through the Ministry of Finance so that we are able to get the funding so as to allow the whole licensing process to fully migrate to online. I think that is a way to go. Those are some of the things that we are putting in place to improve our licensing system. Above all, we are doing a lot of sensitization, just like my colleagues have mentioned. We cannot migrate fully to the online licensing system without doing massive sensitization. We want the local investors, they're our biggest stakeholder in the mining aspect. So we will continue doing the sensitization. We'll continue educating them on the compliance aspects, on the licensing aspects, on the requirements, on obtaining the licenses, and also on how to comply. I've mentioned these licenses have conditions of grant. So our sensitization will be focused much on compliance aspects, and also just to prepare them for this innovation that is about to come, where all the licensing now will migrate online. Another thing that we are doing as a way of creating or restoring the image, we are running what we are calling an open door policy. At Mining Cadastre, we are not economical with information. We are economical with money, but we are not economical with information. We have opened our doors. We are giving the information to the applicants. We are educating the traditional leaders. On a daily basis, they are at our office. All the applicants that have concerns, we are addressing them. We are providing with all the guidance that they would need requiring the application of mining rights. I think I'll pause for now because I know there will be so many questions that will come concerning the aspect of licensing. Madam Moderator, thank you so much for this time.
Thank you so much, Engineer. Indeed, when you're starting, you said you'd be very brief, and you tried to be very brief. So lastly, but not the least on the panel in terms of presentations, before we go to questions, is the Senior Legal Counsel, Eddie Kwesa, who will take us through that has been proposed. Now, before we just get there, one of the things that I noticed when I opened that document was it read 15 pages. That's quite a slash. It's really shrunk from around 86 pages in 2015 to 15. I would really like to hear reflections in terms of what are we cutting out. Are some of those clauses sitting somewhere else in some other pieces of legislation? Very comprehensive. The entire 15 pages does not say anything about women or gender or anything like that. Even the one clause that was there in the 2015 one has completely been taken away. Is that by design, or is it sitting somewhere else again? Your reflections, and you can run us through things.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a starting point would be to indicate that the Ministry of Mines has quite a number of legal reforms that they've embarked on create mission, and you'd be glad to know that we've already done the draft bill. I think some of you may have even made contributions when we're doing stakeholder consultation. The other aspect that we've worked on is to come up with a statutory instrument to restrict the number of mining rights that someone may hold at a given particular time. And the SI also encompasses issues around beneficial ownership. This has been a move to try and curb speculators in the industry that have blocked most of the areas that would be open for investment.
Having done all those, we are now in the process of amending and revising the current Mines and Minerals Act of 2015. With the amendment and revision of the Act, it's going to change face. So it will no longer be called the Mines and Minerals Development Act. It's now going to be called the Geological and Minerals Development Act. Now, what has happened is, because we are creating a commission, we needed to come up with a bill that will regulate the functions of the commission. So most of the provisions that are in the current Mines Act have been moved to the Mines and Minerals Regulation Bill with a bit of enhancement in the draft commission bill. So when that is done, what that means is the current Mines Act remains very lean. And I think those that have looked at the document, which has been beamed on the screen, will notice that it only has now 4 parts. One, which is just on preliminary provisions, which is pretty standard. The second part is on the issue of Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development. This component just touches on issues to do with the government having the right to acquire land for investment purposes. There is also an issue of beneficial ownership. Now, you will note that in the current draft bill, the component of beneficial ownership and the issues to do with women,
Sorry, Council,
children,
please
and
just
everything.
project your voice. They can barely get you.
Sorry?
Just project your voice a little bit more.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
So, yeah, so I'm stating that in the second part of the Act, you will note that the Act speaks to the points that government will still retain the right to acquire land for investment purposes. It also has a component on the issue of beneficial ownership. So the component of beneficial ownership is not very detailed in this particular bill, which touches on the area that you had earlier indicated. There's a draft statutory instrument that has given a little bit more meat to these issues. In Part 3 of the Act, we are talking about authorization for radioactive minerals and mineral analysis. And the last component is about the general provisions of the Act. So technically, the Ministry of Mines will now change first. It will not be dealing with the policy issues as well as regulatory issues. That will now be done by the Commission once the Commission is effected. So then the ministry is going to be left to deal with only policy issues. So that is why you've seen that in the draft bill that we've done, which we'll now be calling the Geological and Minerals Development Act, it is a very small document. We are at a stage where we've only done 2 processes in drafting, which was coming up with a matrix to try and amend and revise. We are at a stage where we need to consult stakeholders like you. So this is still a draft document. We're still very open to submissions that you may make that may be incorporated before we move on to the next stage and the last stage, and before we finally submit to Ministry of Justice for technical legal advice. Thank you very much, Moderator.
Sure, thank you so much. So I'll now invite questions, reflections, comments, feedback for our speakers. We have 5 questions, and then I'll take another 5, if that's okay. Wow. Okay, so I'll start with Tabika here, and then we'll go to Edward, and then I think I'll take the lady at the back 4. That's very threatening. Okay, and I think I'll take that hand on that table. Yes, so we can take those and then we'll take another round, one last round.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you to the distinguished gentlemen on the panel. I have so many questions, but I think I'll prioritize. I think for Mr. Janza, sorry, I'm pronouncing your name as English. It's a comment stroke recommendation in terms of geological mapping. I know that the ministry is looking for partners to come on board. My recommendation is, can this be a process that is driven by the government, by the state? So when we look at state participation, is it possible, for instance, for IDC or ZCCMIH to come in and actually reinvest in that sector? Because I feel like that information should be something that we own as Zambians. My comment on the licensing part, which will be the last, because I want to allow others, is I think the ministry has emphasized the aspect of efficiency. As civil society, I think what we're asking for is more transparency. I know that recently, for instance, during the recent mining license committee meeting that was held, I think there was the publishing on Facebook in terms of the resolutions of that meeting. So I think our request is there a way to have a systematic where you can publish some information, not all of it, but some, for transparency's sake? And then the recommendation on the cadastral portal is it possible to make it a bit more user-friendly? Because it can be quite technical and difficult to navigate, for instance, for people who are not applicants, but may want to see who has mining rights where. Thank you, Madam Moderator, I submit.
So very quickly, just in the order that I pointed at you, I'll just pick up the questions so that we can have another round.
Okay, thank you. I have a lot of questions, but I'll ask only 2. The first one, we have had a lot of issues to do with legacy related in the mining communities, more especially to do with environmental and social liabilities after privatization. So my question to the gentleman there is, unfortunately, there's no woman. Yeah, the question is, what have we done from all those reforms that we are talking about to address the issues to do with the agreements that were signed by Zambia and some investors, where we had challenges in terms of addressing environmental issues, as the government was supposed to respond to that. And now that the government is in charge, especially for Mufira, there's been a big issue where we've taken that environmental remediation, remediation project in Mufira. This is a condemned place. It's a condemned area. And there was an argument between the investor and the government because of that agreement. What is the status of the 2000 environmental and social ability agreement between the government and Glencore? Glencore is gone, but the environment is still damaged. The government did not address that. So who will address that in this context now? That is one.
Sorry, Mr. Lange, I'm going to have to restrict you to
Just
that one question.
It's a straightforward question, the second one. The second one is, we are discussing the 2015 Mines and Minerals Development Act, which is changing. And there's been a lot of investment by other stakeholders who have been submitting with it. Those submissions that were done by stakeholders, have you considered them for the 2 processes? Thank you.
So in the interest of time and ensuring that other people have an opportunity to ask questions, please only prioritize one question if you've got a lot of questions, and keep your submission very short.
Thank you so much. My name is Mwelwa Lungu from Environment Africa.
My question is based on the current situation in Kabwe, which we all know that Kabwe is the world's most polluted town in the world. So my question is, what strategy is the ministry employing to protect the people who are living in polluted areas as a result of mining activities? Thank you.
My name is Agatha Siwalemlenga from USAID Revenue for Growth, and my question relates to the first speaker. In terms of support to ASM that you mentioned, what specific new reforms are you applying, and how effective have the cooperatives been so far in terms of the ASM cooperatives? Thank you.
Yeah, my name is, first of all, I want to commend the acting director for Cadastra for preempting some of the questions that I meant to ask, which was the whole list like this. And he's got the word will do this, we'll do this. And so we'll be looking out to them doing that. The last comment I want to pass is to Chanza. Your submission was music to my ears, that geophysics, you're planning to do a national-wide geophysics. What I want to ask is, do you have a timeline to when you do that? Because the exploration industry is really waiting for this. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to curtail the last round of questions by taking only 2 more hands so that when our presenters respond, you respond to the questions that relate to your presentation or those that you can take up and also give your closing remarks. So I'll take 2 more hands. I'll start with the lady here, and then I'll take the other hand in that corner. Thank you.
I'm Chinyama Hachipola, under the Southern Chapter for Publish What You Pay and Home of Rescue Foundation. I would like to address this question to basically all who are on the panel, but maybe direct to your individual presentations. And my concern comes to, as much as you'd want to increase on production, the current monitoring and evaluations of mines and the environment around them by authorized authorities is not done in the best interest of the communities affected, and the procedures are not followed. And unfortunately, what is on paper is not what is on the ground. So moving forward, we would like transparency in all avenues and people to be happy to do so in the future when you want to increase the production of these minerals.
Good afternoon. My name is Chanda Katema. I'm a legal practitioner. So I would want just to highlight my concerns with the bill that Legal Counsel just took us through. Okay, so I'll quickly refer to you to section 4, which talks about bids. Okay, where the minister through a notice will invite bids from the general public. And then when you go to section 8, it talks about the minister through a statutory instrument calling for bids. So maybe Legal Counsel, you can explain the difference between these 2 bids in section 4 and section 8. Then section 8 is talking about priority licensing. So I went through the definition clause. I have not found anything that defines what priority licensing is. So perhaps we can look and define what priority licensing is. Then section 8, subsection 3 is saying an area close to priority licensing under subsection 1 shall be subject to bidding in accordance with section 19. But the document that I have here is only ending at section 18. The next page is the first schedule. So I don't know, maybe it was a typing error. Maybe it should be looked into.
Thank you so much. So I'll give you all an opportunity to respond. But just before that, in the interest of diversity, I think there was a hand from the Chamber of Mines there, so you have a second.
I'm being honored to make a correction. I'm not from the Chamber of Mines. I'm Chozi Lungu, individual stakeholder in this whole process. Yes, I looked at if the legal counsel can confirm that the proposed bills are actually just a quick split from the old Act of 2015. And not strictly addressing, I think, some of the major concerns that we had in the beginning. I'll give you an example. 98% of so-called unlicensed or artisanal miners or small-scale miners say that they cannot access the licensing process in a proper way. I've been to very remote areas in Mukushi, near the Congo border, in protected forests, where these people are extracting gold. So the problem is presence, I think, by officials that is effective on the ground, rather than reforming the legal instruments. Can you comment on that, please?
Thank you. Director of Programs, would you please allow me to take the hand from the ministry? Sure. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity. The name is Masinja from the University of Zambia. If you indulge me, there are a couple of issues I wanted to raise. I missed the earlier sessions for other reasons, but there are 2 or 3 things that I'm wondering if this rejigging of the legislative process is addressing. One of them is the issue of access to land, in terms of if a mine license holder, for example, wants to access land for the purposes of developing the mine, and this land is in an area where traditional authority presides. Often there are issues relating to getting consent from the traditional rulers or traditional leaders. And some of these traditional leaders, this is practice on the ground, are found to be charging what look like exorbitant, I don't know, is it a fee or levy or however you want to describe it, for that consent signature to be issued. I'm quite concerned that this may increase the cost of access to the operators. That's one issue. Then my colleague was talking about, Dr. Lungu was talking about the issue of small-scale miners. A second question from me along those similar lines is it possible that during this revision we can create 2 windows of license issuance? That is, one for large scale, and then a second window for, shall we say, artisanal, maybe small scale miners. I don't know where the split would be. And this is because these 2 sub-sectors have very distinctly different experiences and sometimes even expectations and requirements. So maybe the ministry at this stage would wish to look at that. And then finally, it's more of an observation of what has gone on in the past. One of the biggest problems that we have with the geological side of our activities is that we do not have the benefit of getting feedback from license holders who undertake exploration activities. Now, my understanding is that the existing law requires that if you are involved in exploration, you must report to the government what you have found, and so that the government develops and continues to grow its database. The practice, of course, on the other hand, is completely different. You find that there is hardly any information there, and when you follow up with the offices, you find that there is no information available. If you walk into Geological Survey now and ask for a map of any part of our country, you find there are blanks. Is this revision addressing that mischief? Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So I'll take your reflections very quickly, under 2 minutes each. We'll start from Mr. Janza, coming all the way up to the legal counsel, and that should also include your closing remarks. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and for the questions. Thank you. I'll begin with Madam Tabitas, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, I won't even say so much, but to thankfully note, or at least to assure her that her submission has been noted by the ministry. It's a very valuable one. Maybe just to speak a bit to it is, she spoke of state involvement with regards to the process of geological mapping, ZCCM, IH, and others. It is a program that the ministry views as one of national interest, because it is a program that actually supports other programs. It will support the formalization of the ASM program, for instance. I mean, to formalize that, one critical issue is information and data. So it speaks to that, and we view the ISM sector or community as integral partners. It's the same even with many of our programs or targets, like to increase production. So this is one that the ministry views as one as of crucial importance to the nation, and cannot be done without the involvement of even civil societies, or basically with the intention of promoting local participation. So in the case of ZCCM, you'd be happy to know it's actually it's as an SOE that basically even has archives with information, and so we view them as partners. And yeah, I think maybe just to say your comment or your submission was noted, but also just to indicate that the ministry does take these with seriousness, and it involves lots of consultancy work. So even programs such as this one. Then my second comment is to Mr. Kanche. Thank you very much for your comment and your question, which is very important. As I've already indicated, that the ministry views this program as one of utmost importance, because as I said, many other programs hinge on this. I mean, for us to increase our target of increasing production, it means we have to make new discoveries. This cannot be done without new information, enhanced data. And it also speaks to the aspect of us making discoveries and also ramping up on our critical minerals information, for instance. It speaks again, as I said, to the formalization of the ASM. So we are holding this one with huge seriousness. You'll be happy to know, Mr. Kanche, that actually, as we speak, conversations and as we speak, there's a lot that's ongoing with regards to engaging contractors, cooperating partners to ensure that this happens. It's actually envisaged to be one program that should take close to 3 years, and the country has already been partitioned into actually partitioned into 4 zones. So we already have a plan. Terms of references are being put in place as we speak, and it's one program that is hoped to begin in 2024. So those discussions are going on as we have this conversation. Then with regards to, I know Mr. Council will speak more on it, with regards to the obligation of companies to furnish the ministry with geological data, because that one is actually a provision in the act that companies are to furnish. And after the confidentiality confidentiality, well, there's a confidentiality clause, but it, in the case of maybe a relinquishment or a license that no longer belongs to a company ends, and that becomes public information, which is available at the Geological Survey. At least we stock information, and for statutory fees, the public I would be happy to buy from the department. But I would also like to say that a number of his concerns were noted. Thank you.
Thank you for the first question. I think it was on the transparency. I talked much about, I think, efficiency, and thanks for reminding me to did indicate on the transparency aspect that we're introducing in our licensing system, and all those interventions that I mentioned, going online. Those are some of the measures that will speak to the transparency aspect. And again, thanks for reminding me, because I missed out one big development that we are doing in terms of the publications of the results of every MLC outcome. We are only restricted to publishing the results to the ministerial website and our Facebook pages. But I think moving forward, we intend to extend this aspect of publication even to the daily newspaper, if funds will be available. And that's what we are soliciting for more money, so that we're able to enhance on transparency. But the aspect of online, the online systems, I think will address all the issues that are creating doubts in our dispensation for the application processes. The interpretation of the information on the cadastral map. Again, we are trying our best to simplify everything, but I think for now we are using colors as a way of denoting how crowded our portal is. So every category has a specific color, and active licenses are also assigned a specific color. And the moment we empty the cadastral map, you also see a specific color assigned to open areas. But of course, our ICT team will consider other suggestions with regards to how best we can simplify the interpretation of the features on our portal. 98% of ASM having challenges accessing the licenses. That has been one of the challenges. I concur with your concern, and I think the ministry is running the formalization program, where I think we are working in conjunction with Ministry of Small, Medium Enterprise Development, where we are going around the country, where we find informal miners. We try our level best to encourage them to mobilize in form of mining cooperatives, and we provide the sensitization in all aspects of cooperative governance, environmental issues, how to apply for a license, and also the facilitate for the issuance of artisan mining rights, the simplest category of our licenses at the moment. But of course, with time, we should be able to migrate into another advanced stage of their license. And I think we are covering all sectors. Of course, we've been instrumental on the gold aspect, but we're extending this program to all other minerals that this country is endowed with. The manganese is one of our targets. The emerald, the gemstones. We intend to extend this program to such subsectors. And of course, with time and with the availability of the information that we are sharing with them, they should be able to have access to information regarding obtaining a mining license. Mr. Kanche, I think that was just a compliment from him. Yes, we will, and they will continue assuring the nation that we will make sure that all these interventions that we've lined up implemented, so that we improve the efficiency and the transparency aspect of licensing. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll broadly answer or respond to the concerns on from a policy perspective. The first one is the environmental and social liability issues. As a ministry, we've taken a proactive step in that we have there's an environmental protection fund that mining companies contribute to, which fund is meant to be used post-mining era, such that in an event that the mining life comes to an end, we can rely on the Environmental Protection Fund to remedy the environmental concerns that may be done to the environment. Then in terms of the old mining areas, currently there's a project that we are calling the Zambia Environmental Remediation Project, which is looking at areas such as Mufulira, Kabwe, Kitwe, Chingola, to try and remedy the environmental issues that the mining houses had on the environment. Part of the activities that we looked at were the alternative livelihoods that was aimed environmental hazards that the communities fell in, and post-mining, they need to have some form of livelihood that will cushion them from the environmental damage that the mining houses did on their environment. Then the other issue was on stakeholder engagement and whether or not the concerns were taken care of. I'd like to confirm that for those concerns that were raised during our stakeholder engagement, largely most of them have been taken care of, and we've had time to look at the concerns and how best we can handle them in the manner we are reforming the policy and legislation of the ministry. So I would like to assure you that every comment was taken into consideration, and we paid a lot of attention on what stakeholders' concerns were. However, I would also want to bring to your attention that the process is still ongoing. Council has just mentioned to us that it's still open. We're still open to additional input from yourselves. The next one is the concern on access to land. Briefly, I just want to give an insight that the reason why the access to land was couched in that manner in the legal framework was to ensure that the surface right holders are taken care of. And part of the land that we're to ensure that nobody is left or nobody is not considered in the acquisition of land. We ensured that consent was to be provided by the surface right holders. However, we are also aware that in certain cases, there's an abuse of the concept letter in itself. It's practically an issue of other factors around the people that own the surface rights. Otherwise, government is alive to that, and we, as much as possible, would not want to impose mining houses on surface right holders. Would like them to also have a say in the provision of these consents. Then the other one was monitoring and evaluation, not in the best interest of the community. I think the monitoring or the compliance or in the mining activities is principally based on the policy and legal framework that the ministry is following. So the compliance level is based on what the law states. And much as we may have concerns about the communities, we are also mindful of the provisions of the law such that we do not create a conflict between the law and the mining houses because that will create other challenges. But as much as possible, the compliance is meant to be for the interest of the people and the country at large. Thank you. For me, I'm going to respond primarily to the presence of regulators being inadequate. I think bordering on the remote operations, mining operations. The Minerals Regulation Commission Bill actually addresses that aspect, and we'll see in that bill that there is decentralization of services that the Ministry of Mines will be offering, and this will increase the presence to most of these operations that we're talking about. My colleague had already touched on the historical issues, I think relating to mine liability, being addressed by two main projects, or one project rather, the Zambia Environmental Remediation and Implementation Project, which answers, I think, the question that was raised regarding Muflira, as well as the lead mining in Kabwe. So that project takes care of that. And also maybe I should mention here that the Environmental Protection Fund enforcement, provides for the regulators, that is under Ministry of Mines, the Mine Safety Department, to confirm that the audited environmental liability is of an amount commensurate to what it would take for any mine operator to close that particular entity. So we're encouraging for people that are getting licenses that we sensitize on the need for them to have not. I would like to say that for mining to make a meaningful contribution towards economic development it actually needs to be done in a manner that is safe and environmentally friendly. And we continue to definitely invite cooperating partners to come to the table to actually provide the necessary, contribution that they can make towards ensuring that the various reforms actually take place. The burden should not be seen to be solo on government, because we are all involved and we are actually affected by any mine project, either by virtue of being a community member or by virtue of being a stakeholder in most of these mining operations. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Madam Director, allow me to submit in this fashion. With regards to the questions that have been asked, I think we have shared the infancy, very much raw. The reason we've shared the draft bill is so that we can have stakeholder input in the document. So we will note a few errors here and there, maybe provisions not speaking to each other, and even having terms that may not be defined properly. So those are drafting issues that can be taken care of once we get stakeholder consultation and inputs and everything. Then we'll now clean and comb up the document. I submit.
Thank you so much. We've come to the end of the session. As our speakers leave the podium and go to take their seats, I would be very quick to ask, I don't know if this is a question for the legal counsel or for the director, when is the deadline for submissions in terms of feedback on the act?
I think we've floated the document for quite a while now, so at most 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, then we need to move. Thank you.
You may take your seats. Thank you so much.
That was a long one, right? Okay, can I just invite you to just stand and just stretch a bit? We've been seated for too long. Okay. Yeah, you can just stretch your bit, stretch yourselves. Okay, let's get seated. We can get seated. Thank you. Now, we'll move into the next one. We have tea, but we said, look, let's finish the work, and then as we knock off, we'll then come through here. That's when you see that, no, look, you don't admire to be there. I'd rather be a director of ceremony, right? Colleagues, that was a wonderful discourse. The ministry is available for any comments, suggestions, for us to be able to take care of our natural resources. So the next session will be under. For now, I can sign off. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Edo Shaban, for the great work. And also, let's give a round of applause to the moderator for the session that has just ended. Let's just give a round of applause. So before we get to the last session of the day, it's good to note that we have managed to catch up on time. So if you look on the program, there's down there between 17:30 and 19 hours. Have you seen that one? That's a side event that's hosted by CCZ, the Council of Churches in Zambia. That is looking at, uranium mining regulations and policies in Zambia. So that one has got as a complementary, it's as it gets dark, life starts changing, so it has a cocktail. I think so. Those that are interested, I'm informed very well, and those that like bundles, it has also talk time. So as long as you remain behind to be part of that, a cocktail can also supplementary on the dinner. Our budgets now are tight, yeah. So that's how life is. So allow me to invite our moderator for this session, Maimbo Kalenge, that's Diakonia Zambia. This session is discussing specific legal reforms for enhanced governance of critical minerals in Zambia. And the panelists, I think the summary of the session, the moderator will handle that. The panelists, you have Mr. Billy Chewe from the Ministry of Mines and Mineral Development. Then we have got a representative from Zambia Revenue Authority, Policy Monitoring and Research Center, PMRC. We have a representative from Chamber of Mines, then Zambia Institute for Environmental Management. Those that I've mentioned, if you know you're a panelist for this session, there are no names, unfortunately. To those that are making submissions, please be specific to the point. Time is not the best ally currently.
Thank you, Director. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As introduced, my name is Maimbo Kalenge. I work for Diakonia. And our panel discussion this afternoon, it's usually difficult to moderate a last session because people are tired. A lot has already been said, but we'll try the best we can. Is on enhancing governance on critical minerals. Other panelists have already been called, but I have an updated list because there have been some adjustments. From Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, we have Engineer Elit Mooni. Okay, he's already in front. From Zambia Revenue Authority, we have Mr. Mvula, Director, Large and Specialized Taxpayer Office. Okay. And from Policy Monitoring and Executive Director. And Chamber of Mines, we have Mr. Yewa Kumwenda, the Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Kumwenda?
No, it's Chilembo.
And Zambia Institute of Environmental Management, we have Mr. Morgan Katati, the Executive Director. Mr. Katati? Okay. Thank you. I think we are set. All the panelists are in front. This session tries to delve deeper into issues of specific legal reforms that are essential for the enhanced governance of critical minerals in Zambia, and the institutions participating in this panel correction. So from Chamber of Mines, you have Mr. Sokwani Chilembo. Mr. Sokwani Chilembo. Apologies for that mix-up. So each of the participating institutions here brings unique expertise and insights to this discourse. As mentioned earlier, we'll delve deeper into issues that speak to legal reforms that are essential for enhanced governance of the critical minerals in Zambia. As Zambia positions itself to respond to the heightened demand for the critical minerals driven by the energy transition,
and also the government's ambition to produce about 3 million tons of copper by 2030 is what brings us to this discussion. The question that lies here before us is the importance of effective legal reforms cannot be overemphasized for the ambition and for the energy transition, the drive towards the energy transition. Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. What is in place?
work to that effect. Actually be very critical, and expanding it to a point where it would actually be able to courier the much needed copper in that period. But the other aspect also is electricity demand. So electric demand will actually be able to increase. And just also to give a simulated approach is that it was also envisioned that if we are ready to achieve the 3 million metric tons of copper in the next decade, quantumly, every year we needed to be producing at most 200, and additionally, from the baseline, we needed at least to be producing 250 metric tons, 250,000 metric tons of copper. But however, at some point, if we do things right, we could be able to reach closer to the targeted value. I think what is important is the speed at which these reforms will be able to happen, and how supportive all of us in terms of playing our part will actually add to this actualization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mwamba, for that. I believe that's evidence-based submission based on what reforms, what aspects of our legal frameworks need to be reformed for us to achieve that ambition. You've heard that we need an additional production of 250. How realistic that is, I don't know. What matching policy has to be in place is what we are here to get more understanding or insight, so that we walk out of this room with that direction, that this is where this country is headed. And I move to you, Mr. Sokwani Chilembo. Your institution, the Chamber of Mines, represents the mining industry's interest, and your perspective into this discussion are very important. And the question I have for you is, from the industry's perspective, what specific legal adjustments would facilitate responsible mining practices, promote investment, and ensure beneficial outcomes for both the industry and the nation? Over to you, sir.
Response to your questions as to what changes are legal changes that are required to enhance enforcement. I think probably the only credible response we can give to that is for there to be an increased funding to the Ministry of Mines and its agencies once they are formed, and have that money ring-fenced in the budget, because it is an economic priority. So if that can be done, then we can be sure that regulation will be nationwide, but locally felt, as I mentioned earlier on, because that's the kind of granularity you require for people to conform to what the law says. So it's less a question of the change and more a question of enforcement as regards the regulations themselves. But coming to the rest of the legal provisions that are required to spur growth, as as you heard earlier on, we're obviously going to come back to the issue of competitiveness. Now, if we're going to do this, we have to be one of the most competitive jurisdictions in the world for a prolonged period of time. And that means right now, yes, there have been improvements, but we are still not quite there. We still need to make further adjustments to the effective tax rate, but these really have to do with operating mines. And if we can move down from where we are presently by something of the order of about 20% in terms of effective tax rate, then we would be competitive with regard to our immediate neighbors and where a lot of the capital is coming from.
the list of measures required is long. So I would group most of these around adjustments to the royalty regime, incentivizations of exploration, and definitely the revenue sharing mechanism is also required. Because if you don't have the revenue sharing mechanism, then it is opaque for communities. They don't really see the benefit coming back to them directly. Can include that. I think it will go a long way to winning support from local communities for this kind of investment, and also for local governments to incentivize investment in the value chain in the immediate vicinity of mining operations. These are the key elements that we need if we're going to get the support required locally to motivate the exploration that will be required to be done. But in addition to this, how are we going to cover, this country as quickly as possible? Are we going to be completely reliant on having new investors walk in the door every day? Or are we going to work with the investors who are here to incentivize them to take a bigger proportion of their capital into exploration? Definitely, there will need to be different sorts of incentivizations of exploration in addition to the ones that we've heard about today. Our situation is not unique. Canada in the 1970s was in the same situation and was losing its share of global exploration spend. They introduced mechanisms which included basically tax credits for exploration spend of the order of about 15%. If an operating mine makes those investments, they would get a tax credit in the year after spend, so that you can be sure that as businesses operate, they plow capital directly into the exploration effort. Among the other measures that Canada took were the introduction of what's called a flow-through share mechanism to encourage local investment into the exploration sector, where the costs of exploration, if they are incurred by an investor, the tax authority would allow the exploration company to assign these expenses to that investor, be it a high net worth individual like yourself, or an institution such as a pension fund or an insurance company. This is how 75% of exploration is financed worldwide. And there's no reason why we cannot do so here. Because if we don't, then, like I said, it becomes a very random process and we're just waiting for people to walk in the door. If we are doing some work on our own in country with the players that are here, and this also provides a pathway for junior explorers, local small-scale mining companies to have a pathway to formalization and growth and access to capital so that we can cover the country as quickly as we can. You heard the talk about how many of the licenses are being held speculatively. We need to change that. But you cannot do that change in isolation and then just rely on people walking in. If you make that change and you avail access to capital locally, then you will get greater coverage and get us to the reserve levels we require to support this growth. So I'll speak about these three groups of incentive, if you like, because there is quite an exhaustive list. We submitted 14 this year, and to the tax regime. But I think discussing them at this higher level is more appropriate for our purposes. But the key message is it's about competitiveness. And we must also understand that the decision not to be competitive by overtaxing an industry is not responsible. It is responsible to price yourselves competitively. And that is what we need to do if we're going to attain this goal in a reasonable time frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chilembo, for that very good, very insightful perspectives that you've given, and good to learn that if others did it, we can learn from those practices. And now I shift to the last speaker. I'm being warned of time, so I would urge you to be quick in your submission, and that is Mr. Morgan Katati. And the question I have for you is, how can legal frameworks be enhanced to ensure sustainable mining practices, minimize environmental impact, and ensure proper rehabilitation in the context of critical mineral extraction, as well as the ambition, the 3 million tons ambition by 2030? I ask that question given that your institution brings the environmental perspective to this discussion, which are very important for this holistic resource governance to this space. Over to you, sir.
Thanks so much. First of all, from the perspective of critical minerals, we appreciate the fact that Zambia has come up with a 3 million ton target, and that this 3 million ton mostly is modeled around copper. And then when we are talking about critical minerals, we are really referring to other combination of minerals. That includes copper itself, lithium, manganese, cobalt, graphite, chromium, molybdenum, zinc, silicon, and others. So we are projecting only one mineral. So this means that this projection is to be looked at it from one direction, one angle direction, where the major contribution to the critical minerals that we are focusing in our projection is copper. So when we projection that has been made by the International Energy Agency, that says that critical minerals required, for example, in building a solar plant, you require 3 more times of mineral requirement if you want to build a solar plant than that of a plant run by fossil fuels. And then these minerals will come into varieties because of characteristics, mineral characteristics, and the application of technology. So our view is that much as we are focusing on the copper, we also need to unpack that to the extent that we cover other critical minerals that we have readily available in this country. That's very, very important. And then the other issue is that, for example, if it requires 9 times more critical minerals than a gas-fired plant where you use gas, for example. So what that means is we need more mining plants to mine all sorts of different critical minerals that would be needed. So in terms of how that leads to sustainability, the extent that in our focus, we need to look at to what extent are these critical minerals going to be a saver in terms of kind of driving the decarbonization process of mining. We know that, and we have done research not long ago in most large commercial scale mining, the use of hydrocarbons, the heavy fuels is quite high. And we see that the critical minerals is going to replace some of these fossil fuels to drive the agenda of sustainable mining. So this sort of application of critical minerals is expected to be a saver to decarbonize not only the whole economy, but also the money starting from exploration. How much emissions are we generating from exploration? Are we quantifying them? If we are to use critical minerals and use clean energy, how much reduction in emissions are we talking about? We go into production, packaging, transportation, and all the way up to the export, the market. So this sort of focus, there is need to look at it from a very competitive point of view. In terms of the legal framework, in our view, the legal framework should begin by, looking at the characteristics of these minerals, the geology of the minerals. How much does it take to mine lithium, for example? The process, obviously, is not the same as that of copper. We understand copper because we have mined copper for over 100 years. But do we have to, if we are going into rare earth metals, do we have to use the same process? Obviously not. So we need to begin to model. For example, in terms of the fiscal regime, we need to model the regime based on the mineral characteristics. Understand institutions like IMF and most of these, including our African Union and all these institutions that support mineral, they tend to develop some models that shows how much it takes for a particular mineral to be mined. How much are the costs? Because you are going to use that as a basis to benchmark your tax regime. So this is very, very important in terms of if you are looking at legal reforms. The other issue is the issue of for critical minerals, because some of the minerals are easily discovered. I mean, we are talking about switcherite, which was not in the limelight not long ago. And perhaps maybe the Ministry of Mines now are putting their more efforts to map the areas where the switcherite is and so on and so forth. So some of the minerals are being discovered, but maybe the way they are discovered is more like, discovered through accident. I'm farming and I see something which looks, which brightens, and then I check, then I try to ask someone that way I've discovered. So in our legal regime, we need to look to what extent can we provide legal texts that encourages exploration, that encourages costs, financing for exploration. How much budget are we talking about to, budget for specific deliberate exploration? And to me, the more as a state we begin to have much of this information, the better, because then these accidents of people sometimes mining illegally because they go and discover the minerals in an area where traditionally no one would expect such a mineral. And then they end up having these minerals in their possession. So we need to look at these legal competitiveness. We need also, I think, learning from what other scholars and speakers have talked about. It's also about time that we need to invest as a country into local investors. We know that, maybe this might be controversial. Throughout studies, there are arguments that there is limited countries in this world that have developed on the basis of tax collection. And if we compare some of the taxes that are collected, for example, in the city of New York, what they collect, for example, in 1 month can be a total GDP of Southern African countries combined. But when you go to such cities, you ask them, where are you using this tax? They will tell you they are using tax to improve the competitiveness and leveraging the investment. So what that means, or what that translates into, is that we need to use tax to leverage the investment. And once we leverage the investment, then we encourage our locals, our Zambians, to be the investors, because then the exponential growth is high, the multiplier effect is high, the competitiveness of the industry is also very sound, and also the retention of the resources itself, financial resources. So these are some of the things that we need to do, but also, of course, to encourage these critical minerals to be a solution to energy transition, because all the countries are going through this process. And if we miss this opportunity now, it might be too late. That's my submission.
Thank you very much for sticking to time. The discussion is going on very well, this side. And trust you me, there are so many follow-up questions that I would like to have. But in the interest of time, I would look to the audience to check if there are any questions, comments, or reflections, quick ones. Then I'll get back to the panel for just their last comments. I know that time is not on our side. 3 questions have been asked, and 3 it is. Thank you very much. Because the panel is male-dominated, I'll take a bias towards the females. Yeah, I've just realized that all the panels that have come from here, those that have gone, they were all male. So question 1, Tamika, and the backbencher there, and I'll come to you, sir. Just those 3 comments or questions, then I'll turn to the panel for the last comments.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and thank you to the panelists. A range of minerals, but allow me for my comment and question to focus on copper, given that there is a strategy in place for that. So some weeks ago, there was a town hall meeting that was held, and Bank of Zambia indicated that revenues from mineral exports has reduced. Ministry of Finance also forecasted and said our year to about 682,000. I think previous years we've been around the 800. Meanwhile, we have this 3 million tons. So my question to the Ministry of Mines is, how realistic is that target? And if these predictions are correct, what is the government doing to remedy the situation? What will be the impact on revenue? To Mr. Chilembo, Chamber of Mines, maybe what are the challenges that perhaps the mining sector is having in meeting or whatever targets have been set? I know you've highlighted some issues of incentives, but where we are at now, if we don't meet the target, what is it that is challenging private sector mining companies in meeting that target? Thank you.
Please take note. I'll come back to you at the back.
Thank you so much. Kiawa Newton from Environment Africa. Yeah, it's not really a question, but I just want to give recommendations on what they've spoken about. They've itemized so many factors that are also helping us to develop the country. But in as much as we are developing the country, we should also look at how safe and affected the environment is. We carry out sensitization on trees and how safe the environment can be. So in terms of opening up mines in order to develop the country, we should also look at how we can bring up the strategy of at least replacing the trees, because when you open up the mine, it means that the trees will be done away with. And as the Environment Africa will keep on sensitizing people, of which the mines as well will not continue sensitizing. So it's our work. And then the other thing is that quite right, the mines are helping school goers in terms of bringing books and the like. So they should also take note that in as much as they bring minerals to the country, export and import, they are also affecting the ozone layer, which also affects the rainfall pattern. So that's my recommendation, just to speed up the process. Please, let's work together to protect the environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
My question is not directed at Mr. Mvula and the Minister of Mines. I think starting with the Minister of Mines, the target, I just want to find out the target of 3 million tons, whether it's a static target or it's a moving target, in the sense that we started talking about this 2 years ago. So has it remained 10 years? And there was a slow reaction from the Minister of Mines in terms of approaching the stakeholders in terms of the current mining companies that are carrying out the mining. Then in relation to the same 3 million tons, is it liaised with other entities like Zambia Revenue Authority? Because we want to achieve the 3 million tons within the 10 years, but we've got legacy issues with the current mines like the VAT and refunded for so many years. So how do we get to the 3 million tons considering the current challenges? And in relation to that, because the purpose of the 3 million tons is to spur growth even in the oil sector. But we have a small entity who is starting up a business, but Zambia Revenue Authority cannot find that person for 2 years. How do we expect to support that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Mr. Mvula. No, Ministry of Mines, Engineer Mohone. They were, I think, about 3 questions. Then we can, we'll come to you, Chamber of Mines, and then we'll come to Mr. Mvula. The others were comments. So in your response, you can also just give your last message, then I'll come to the others that did not have to just give their concluding remarks, then we should be able to close. Over to you.
All right. There has been a reported reduction on the production of copper. That's very true. What we had anticipated we were going to produce this year, looking at the production that we have gotten from the first quarter and the second quarter, or let me just say the first half of the year, we've seen a reduction in the copper production. This has been attributed mainly to one of our largest producer, which is Kalumbila. Kalumbila had some serious breakdown, I think, in the second quarter. And also they had experienced quite a lot of rainfall in the first quarter. You know, Kalumbila is an open pit mine. So during those rainy season, production reduces. But we are hoping that they'll make up for the lost production because they have now ramped up their production. And also, you may also wish to know that some of the major players, I think they've had issues which are yet to be resolved. We've got Konkola and the Mopani copper mines, who also have to have a very significant contribution. But right now, their production is still low until maybe the issues are resolved. Is it feasible to attain the 3 million tons? Yes, it is. At least we are working towards 3 million tons. If we reach 3 million tons, that would be great. But we expect to get over 2.9 million tons, according to what we've set with the producers, the current producers, and the producers that will be coming in recently. We've got quite a lot of projects that are going on. You may wish to know that FQM, or first, let me just get back to the other one that I was talking about. Again, we also had a challenge with the Kansanshi. Kansanshi has been having low grades, which have really affected the on the production. So what is being done? Kansanshi has embarked on some expansion projects, and once these projects are completed, there's what is called the S project. Once this project is completed, we expect that Kansanshi would start producing in excess of 250,000 metric tons per annum, which will be a significant contribution. Lumwana also, we expect somewhere around those. You may also wish to know that the Lubambe copper mines, they made a very big discovery of an ore body, which is similar to what we have at the Konkola copper mines. And once the project is completed, that is going to contribute significantly to our 3 million strategy. And also there is a coming in of cobalt minerals, who have got a slightly different approach in terms of how they do their exploration. And I think it's the first time it's being done in the world. And in a few years' time, we expect them to come into production as well. There's also, like I talked about, quite a lot of low-grade and low-grade dumps and slag dumps, which assessments are being done to see how much contribution they can contribute towards attainment of the 3 million. Is the ministry talking to other institutions? Regarding the 3 million tons, I think there are so many institutions that are involved in this. If you remember very well, in my preamble, I talked about the need for roads, the need for
really our competitiveness. A lot of our members are global companies, and therefore they rank answers in each of those jurisdictions. Key metrics that decide or I've already talked about the effective tax rate, but there's also what's called the country risk premium, which is the excess over the normal cost of capital, which you would get on the international market. It's been quite high, but thanks to the resolution of the situation with our sovereign creditors. You've seen us in that as well. Because if we can have result of resolving our debt challenges, then the cost of capital will go down, and if simultaneously we can also have a ranking of opportunities of a typical mining company. Unfortunately, right now, we are being skipped. And it is very difficult to justify capital being applied here when there are other places where circumstances give you a higher return. So that's been one of the primary challenges. The rest of the challenges really have to do with the speed of execution of the reforms that are necessary. You heard us, you heard a lot of emphasis from the crowd as well on the implementation speed of it. Must talk about the need for stringent enforcement. We are having a lot of ore theft, we're having a lot of invasions. These also feed back to the country risk premium. They also 30% workforce insecurity. It lowers margins, it lowers the attractiveness. Destiny. Then read.
Let me address the issue. I think the issue is more on the VAT refund than anything else. Obviously, as government sets the target of 3 million tons, and government is fully aware of the legacy issue in terms of it's one of the issues that is being addressed. I think if you see this year, obviously we have not reached there, but if you see this year that our increment in terms of how much we address in terms of refunds, we increase the allocation. But also to stem the accumulation of refunds, the other thing we've done effective this month is for the large taxpayers to be exempted from the withholding VAT, because that was also contributing to accumulation of refunds. So it's something that we are working on. Obviously, it's not something that can be resolved in a year, but it's something we're cognizant of. And I think we started with the first in, first out mechanism, actually clearing out the smaller claims as we go to the bigger ones. But obviously, as we go to this target, this issue also be going forward. It's something that will be dealt with more allocations. Obviously, you know, we have the program with the fund.
Director of Programs is not even sitting, he's standing. My apologies, Mr. Katati and Mr. Mwamba. I won't be able to allow you to give your last remarks because I'll be killed. But also the perspective is the inspiration in the director of programs, and if you allow you, then I'm sure you'll be able to speak. Director. over to you, or are you allowing the two to give remarks out of has been giving remarks for the longest, but Mr. Sydney Mwamba, would you please give us your remarks as allowed by director? Thank you.
Getting insights from what a number of colleagues have talked about here, we seem to be in line that consistency in the issues of policy reforms is also something that is quite important. But also, I think earlier on, when I had R&D, research and development, and integrating it in the aspects of managing our issues, especially in the in whatever we do, we focus on creating evidence-based solutions because these basically will give you a clear picture of where we are going and the that they can, as I think, encourage them to remain open and continue to engage key stakeholders in ensuring that the journey towards the aspirations or increasing the 3 million metric tons is achieved. But of course, productivity can only be enhanced once there is a clear off-taker who has a master plan of how they are going to these two mines. And it is our earnest appeal that the ministry can look into this and quickly find quick off-takers.
Thank you. Hand over the director of programs, so he jangles me. Thank you. You can take your seat. Am I allowed to? Yes, please. You may take your seats. Thank you.
Just another round of applause. I think it's the last major round of applause. I know the energies are low. It's been a long day. So now we are transitioning into the side events. I know this is supported or side event caters of Council of Churches in Zambia. And this is looking at uranium mining regulations and policies in Zambia. So just before we proceed with that, I'll just also try to take note of tomorrow's program. Tomorrow we're starting at 8:30. If you look at that, 9 hours we get started. So the reflection and everything by 8:45 we get started. So I'm just urging that if you have paid attention to the traditions of the ZAMI, the second day doesn't take so long. As you have seen today, it's been quite a long day. So, Mr. Shaba, you can just clap for me and my co-moderator for the day. We have done a very good job, like I assured you. Mr. Shaban is there. That's my co-moderator. So if you didn't have a good time with us, then you are the one with the problem. So sorry for that. but we had a good time with you, and we keep learning and improving in terms of any shortcomings. So there's also, they are working around if you have any issues that you think needs to be addressed at personal level to effectively make your participation in this engagement and dialogue effectively, please be or myself and my co-moderator so that we can address that issue. Sorry, today, if you take note, the day where you have an official opening day, there's always time lost for about 30 minutes, and we still lost the 30 minutes we covered again. So it's not easy, and the people are yearning for the conversation. Thanks very much. With that said, there's tea break, so I don't know how we'll do it. If with you can capture the tea break, but I'm also informed that there's some kind of a cocktail. But I've also been asked that with the cocktail, is it having adult drinks or spiritual drinks? So I think Hansen will be at hand to, and Sam will be at hand to tell us that. But the cocktail will start at 18:30 if thereabout. But there's a tea break right now outside, so we've sat for a long time. If we need a quick refresh and you come back and continue, but I'll allow that the side event gets started now due to time, isn't it? So me and Shaban, it's good day, but I'll invite colleague to, let me just look before I lose everything, sorry. My colleague from EITI, if I'm not mistaken, the moderator for the last session. Okay, the panelists, I see that we still have you have an adjusted one. Yes. Okay. Okay, so you can take it out. Okay. Okay, so like I've indicated, if you feel like stretching and taking tea and continue, so that we don't want to rest because we lose everyone.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're tired. It's been a long day, right? One favor, I'm very short. So if you're seated at the back, you won't be able to see me. Could you just fill up the front rows for the sake of my height? If you don't move, I'll take it as discrimination against short people. Please, let's move. If you're not aware, I know 3/4 of the people in this room. I will call you by first name and last name. With your indulgence, please.
We tell her that we can see her. Yeah.
Could you please cover up the front tables?
We can see you on the screen.
The session is on uranium mining regulation and policy in the energy transition era. The summary of the session is, so for this session, I'm going to ask the following people to please come up from the Radiation Protection Authority, Mr. Siwilo, who is going to come up. I'll also ask Mr. Liapamanza to please come to the front. I will ask Mr. Edward Shabani. Please come to the front and take a seat. So representatives from RPA and our representative from ZAMI, please come forward so we can get the session started. Molly, I'm requesting that you come this way, please. Rebecca, there's space here. Please come fill up these tables. Okay. So for the visibility of the partners who been so gracious as to spot. Freeman, thank you for deciding to sit in front. I'm grateful. Our colleague from ZAMA, the panel is here, a high table. Program's going to run to after which it will have interventions from the panelists that are up here. Mr. Lange, please take a seat up here, and our representative from ZEMA, please. I thought it was Father Chikoya coming up. Please come give us the opening remarks and we can begin this session. Thank you.
It's quite a challenge because others are still getting their cup of tea. But I think for the sake of time, allow me that I may proceed. Director of Programs, may I also write on the protocols already observed. It is with great joy to stand before you, even as we enter into the next session. On behalf of the Council of Churches in Zambia, and on my own behalf, I want to thank you all for attending this evening side event dealing with uranium. As the Council of Churches in Zambia, people may be wondering and saying, the answer is not or no. If as the council, we are to be relevant to both the church and society, and also being a prophetic voice to the voiceless, we need to deal with the wholeness of the human being, which involves the social, economic, but also religious issues. Hence our involvement in the uranium mining, which is both an economical, but also a social issue. Having its impact largely on the community that we serve. As you already know, that the church does not exist in a vacuum, but within a particular community. And hence, where people are, it is also our mandate that we may speak for them. I want to say that as a council, any activities done, uranium is a bit different because we are taught that uranium is one of the deadliest mineral in the world. All the church is particularly concerned with the mining of uranium. It is in this view that we are able to involve other stakeholders looking at the gravity of the issue at hand. The government, who are the major stakeholders, the other civil society. I want to state here clearly from the point of the church and as a council that it has taken us 10 years, still debating on the issues of uranium. In asking the measures involving uranium be done. There are questions that we are asking as the church, as it has been highlighted in the morning session up to now. We are asking the question, that if uranium is so deadly, when with the policies, protection policy, we are asking ourselves, if uranium is so deadly, what is the position of our children in handling the same mineral? How safe are we as it is being transported, where this activity shall be done? As the council, we saw an opportunity, but also a challenge, that we are able to come up with what named the ZAMI, policy and laws. But up to now, it is 10 years down the line. It is quiet. The question that we are asking as the church is that uranium as a mineral like any other, these are wasting assets. And if they are so, we may also be sitting here, maybe others have already started mining uranium, and amidst no policy and regulations, how safe are we, not only as a community, but also as a nation? I want to state that the church stands ready, not only to partner, but also to collaborate with the major stakeholder, who is the government, but also other players within this sector. Our plea is, before it is too late, can someone be there to answer some of these challenging but also emerging questions. There has a long life repercussion, not only to me, but all of us, even the nation at large. As we go in looking at this very critical mineral, it is my plea from the church that we are not here to only criticize, but we are here to offer solutions within us. One of the best human relations, if put together, will have a better Zambia. I want to say it is also my own evening, and bless you. Amen.
Thank you so much, Reverend Paika. And on that note, we'll go straight into the presentation from Mr. Anderson Zulu, after which we'll have an intervention from the Radiation Protection CEO, the Country Executive Director, Ms. Pamanza, and we'll have an intervention from the Southern Africa Resource
Professor in charge of social and economic justice at the Council of Churches in Zambia. Just as the back between 2009 and 2010, they came up with they reviewed the policy, they reviewed and some of the things that were discovered was question where significant questions to regulate and supervise exploration of the field, and even now is the socio-economic benefit. Up to now also is the role of rural communities who are directly affected by uranium exploitation decision that we made in case there is commencement of uranium mining. All these questions: accountability, equitable distribution of benefit, and environmental management. When we explored and did our investigation, we discovered that there are three departments of Ministry of Health, Ministry of Mines, which have responsibility on issues to do with uranium, and these include Geological Survey Department, the Cadastre, and the Mines. Then we have other institutions like the Zambia Environmental Management Agency, also and lastly the Radiation Protection Authority. Now, when certain gaps and weaknesses that were, especially the Radiation Protecting Authority, to give us whether some of these gaps have been addressed and whether we are moving forward or we are still static. We've been having these conversations for more than 10 years. So some of the gaps that we discovered during the review of the policy and the laws were that, one, there was no specific policy on uranium mining. Current safety is on the mining companies. And we have that also, we have Minister of Mines in terms of supervising the then also when you talk about the land also, the Land Act, it says no land can be converted to mining without the approval of the chiefs. Most chiefs complain of uranium miners in their chiefdom without their consent. So we are seeing a situation where there's some conflicts with the traditional leadership in terms of when people are engaging in the issues of mining and in relationship to uranium mining. And this complaint, mostly is the director for that company, that the Land Acquisition Act was as regulation for compulsory compensation for acquired land and property, but the people who are affected by mining activity have been forcibly removed and not fully compensated by the explorers for the disruption of their lives. So we are seeing, just like it was when they were doing exploration some years back, we still have issues of compensation which are not well properly answered because of our policy is quite weak on compensation at the moment. Then the memorandum of understanding between government and mining company investors promising jobs, it's not transparent enough that we don't know some of the content in terms of like whether they will provide the jobs for the communities, but most of the jobs that they are talking about are casual. Then worker safety enforcement by the department is also an area which had a lot of weaknesses, of which it was no, the policy or the laws were quite weak to try. Additionally, community participation decision making as contained in the mines and mineral development policy that by then has not been fully enforced. So you see that communities were complaining that were not aware of what was happening in their neighborhood. Then on waste matter from uranium, we discover the report reviewed that since these waste matter take forever to clean up and protect, it will be very difficult. Who is going to respond for the cleaning up of the areas that are affected by the uranium mining, considering that the fact that the mining companies have a license period of 50 years or less? There was also no guidelines on mining safety, health, and protection of the environment that forces uranium mining companies, the natural, how uranium is going to be transported, how safe is the environment where that uranium is passing, how safe are the communities and all those things. Then also there were also gaps that the revision, I'm now on recommendation. I come to recommendation. The revision of the current mining regulation, we recommended in the report that the revision of the current mining regulation that, among other things, address the issues of the danger of uranium mining and the disposal of waste. We need these to be properly consolidated and quite on the existing mining policy to seal the gaps and loopholes in the mining policy. We also recommended the development of a specific and thorough uranium mining policy to protect the country. And this is, she also recommended that government and uranium mining investors to conduct education awareness program for communities living in areas of uranium mining exploration on the dangers and risks and the remedial action taken during and after radioactive mining. I'm fast. I'm hoping that you are getting what I'm saying. I think the other recommendation was to develop we recommended that we should, in the event of radioactive exposure or accident, in line with the acceptable international standard. Then government to include the need for mining investors to clean and safeguard the environment during and after the end of their mining activities. Thank you. I was trying to be as fast as I can because we don't have time. Thank you, Mtinta.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zulu. And in response to Mr. Zulu's presentation, Dr. Siwela, I'll ask you to give a brief overview of what the RPA does and what its mandates are, and then you can respond to some of the issues that were raised by Mr. Zulu in his presentation.
To the moderator and the audience. Comments on my act is a bit odd, I must say. The principal act is called the Ionizing Radiation Protection Act. Number 16 of 2005, general basic safety for the general public, the workers, and the environment. So our mandate of these categories are our target areas, the public, or the workers, and the environment. So is to talk about issues of concern by the members of the public, especially when you talk about exploration of uranium. First of all, from our records so far, what we know as an authority is that there is no mining of uranium in the country unless it's being illegally done, and I'm sure the evidence of who is mining uranium. But we can confirm that we have record that we have exploration going on. So one of the things as the regulator operate, or before you can mine to reach there, we need to understand the environment where they are doing exploration. We need to do what we call dose mapping, so that we have the background radiation, understands material, which do with it. It becomes a risk when we disturb its radioactivity strength, and then it becomes a risk. So as a regulator, we ensure that in line with our local standards, our regulations, the Act, and also the safety guides, so we require that all the clients who have to engage us, so that we give guidance on what are the benchmarks in terms of radioactive waste management. Again, we are saying there is a storage facility which is interim for now, and you know this waste is not like garbage, which is, is in. This is what I'm doing. and the regulator confirms for us to regulate transportation of radioactive materials so that the public is not contaminated. So our role really is to enforce compliance, to ensure that in line with the nuclear policy, which was enacted in which was approved in 2020, we align ourselves to that, ourselves to the principal law, we align ourselves to the current regulations, which are general regulations, which can also be used to regulate uranium activities, which includes exploration, and then also safety standards. And I would like also to mention that for us to achieve as a country and be very effective, the benchmarks obviously is that we need to strengthen the regulatory infrastructure. This includes, we are in the process of expanding, and we are doing it by strengthening the capacities of our inspectors, and then also talking to government to but we still need more because we have so much work because of so many clients coming on the ground of the public, especially on radioactive waste and transportation of waste. And those legacy situations where people have been living with the natural uranium for many years, to explain that it can only become a risk if, and then there are mechanisms which the client and the regulator have to put in place before mining of uranium can start. Thank you so much.
Exploration license for uranium and 2 active mining licenses, if I'm not mistaken. Some of your responses to Mr. Zulu's presentation, and before you, and the type of work the company is involved in. Thank you.
Govis is a resource company, new resource company that is focused on development of uranium resources in Zambia, like you right point out rights over Singa and mines and Africa energy resources. Out of opportunities, sometimes see the drilling rigs. Sometimes we have 4 rigs. Like at the moment, we have 4 rigs in uranium. We are not mining uranium, but we are still firming up our exploration results. In terms of looking at the policy from both ends, as a mining company, would want to see a policy also that is enabling that where objectives as companies are met. Also, at the same time, the policy should, like CCZ highlight here, should be one that puts in measures that allows for responsible and sustainable extraction of mineral commodities. Yes, a lot has to be done in this space. Uranium must and is a highly regulated commodity. Itself, transportation, as well as export of the commodity, you have to fulfill stringent regulations that to answer that call. I think this is what the audience, all of us here have to respond to. If it's not, what else can we do to improve on that? Now, what are we doing at GovX? We already have a mining license, a commodity that, as I say, must be mined in a particular responsible manner. GovX has embarked on redoing the environmental and social impact studies. At the moment, we are with radiation levels in the area. We take water sample at the moment, so that even we should know, we would be able to see the deviations from where we found the environment. In addition to that, we have an active engagement process, even as we prepare for through different committees, provide regular updates on where we are and what we are doing. And of course, the community is uranium and economic activity that should change their lives. We all know the benefits that can accrue from mining if responsibly done. And even as we look at we are looking at the policy, I think earlier on the chamber did allude to the fact that for profit sharing at community level, yes, those are things that policies could look at, because we are setting up a mine in a place that I'm sure most of us have been to Siavonga. That place is in a valley. I don't think even farming is difficult, because the rain patterns there are not as good as the rest of the country. And you'd understand why we would say, yes, we need mining there, we need uranium mining there. That is at local community. But even when you look at the global stage, we are here talking about critical minerals because of the uranium is definitely a source of clean energy. And it will give you that base energy that you require. So yes, uranium is needed by society, but what we need to do is to put in measures, put in strategies and policies that would ensure that the sustainable mining of the uranium. I know from the point of the presentation from CCZ, I think there are highlights on what are we doing in the communities. One area that we engage the communities on is not only through our CSR program that is robust, although we haven't started, we're not making any money there. As I said, that place is very dry. We have sunk a number of boreholes here, schools area, as well as we also do the periodic testing of their water to ensure that the water that people are drinking is not contaminated. In addition to that, we work closely with traditional leaders there. In my 6 months period at GovX, I have met just to give updates, to get their views also, and so that through this engagement process, we are moving together. We don't want when we start mining, then new issues arise, and then we have difficulties. As uranium, what else are we doing? Lastly, we need to be careful with it. So what are we going to do when we start mining? We are setting up what we call an 100 meters or 1 kilometer. There'll be no one that will be allowed in that zone. There'll be no people that will be in that area. So living in that area, we are going to be relocated. And the relocation is a process that we have engaged government, we have engaged the Department of Resettlement, local government, and the communities are fully engaged in the process of relocation. But one thing that
Thank you very much, Mr. Manza. I have several follow-up questions, but due to time, and please, in your intervention, do give us a brief background of what SARA does and the type of work that you've been doing in the country regarding communities.
I'm in charge of research and advocacy at Southern Africa Resource Watch. Southern Africa Resource Watch, referred to as SARWA, we are a regional Pan-African institute. We work on issues to do with the welfare of communities that reside of the people. And in our work, we are involved in research, in advocacy, and we also as at both the local government and national government. We've done training of in the land rights. And or the countries is advocacy oriented. Sometimes is controversial, but eventually we get to our interest. Came about it is aid. The presentations that have been shared here where we're seated the question and was uranium. And looking at or analyzing what has been given, Zambia is not yet ready to extract uranium. I say so because we've been informed by the director here that we are using an outdated have changed. And then the example you are being given of the most or the worst polluted community coming from Zambia in the entire continent, they're talking about Kabwe. But when you look at that, you go back to what we are and what we do as Zambians. It takes you back to 2007 when they were establishing Lumwana Barrick Lumwana uranium mine. traditionally did not know what uranium or to uranium, but the government brought ministers to be community members to push during the EIA, ministers, people from State House were flown to Lumwana. We sat in that community. They sat as community members, and they outnumbered Chief Mena, who rejected uranium to start, not until required frameworks that will help us. The challenge which is there is that ZEMA operates, I don't know whether they interact with RPA or they operate alone, but when you're doing an EIA, that is the time when we're supposed to involve RPA as well. But you'd find that an EIA is being done, so it's document, there are consultants who put, which is very technical. The community will not understand that. After a few years after Lumwana, we heard that now the company came to the community to tell them that they shouldn't be using the water from the it's difficult because this is a community. It has been there 60 years, a radioactive, mineral or commodity. The little research that we see them today. If we not see them today, we may even die. Our children's children will be the ones that will come and get the consequences. So what should be done in terms of getting an investor who is lying to them in the name of will bring more jobs, a person who voted for them. So the tug of war is, do we get money or do we protect our people? And usually the solution is, let's protect our people. Technocrats were advised, but politicians, because they are politicians will proceed and they'll go that way of in the name of a foreign direct investment or bringing development to the local community. So in terms of going forward, we appreciate the current government or the current crop of technocrats at the Ministry of Mines. If you look at the draft Geological and Minerals Development Act, it has captured radioactivity or radiation issues very prominently. The current law, it's up to us. How do we want that to sit in that act? Because that's a starting point. You talked about having an institution, the RPA, but now we are bringing it closer to the mind. As we bring it closer to the mind, the question is because relations that we are talking about, because when you talk about this, it's a cross-cutting issue. Land is involved, water is involved, everything is involved, up to the welfare of the people in terms of the quality of crops in their gardens, in their farms. So how do we ensure 11 years ago that we needed to have a standalone uranium policy? Where are we? Because the same language that we are receiving today, we will, that is the same language that we received when there was Maxwell Omale as Minister of Mines. we were discussing the same subject.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lange, and also for summarizing your points quite well. I will turn to the audience. I realize that the panelists have tackled most of the issues, from policy to social issues to environment, and also to the transportation of uranium. And I will turn to the room and ask if there are any questions for the people up front before I bombard them with mine. I see a hand there. Because we're trying to get home on time, or because we've understood what the panel was discussing? Yes, Tamika.
Thank you. Mine is a quick one. And I'm sure you will advise Mutenta in terms of who does the licensing or the geological department, either whoever does the licensing to be on the panel. Because my question is, do we need to mine uranium?
Thank you very much. And to the panel, I have one question. Have you, as different institutions, engaged? What are some of the important features that you think should be added as regards uranium, especially in the era of energy source of energy? So do we also add it among the critical minerals that have been identified in Zambia, if it hasn't yet been put there? The only institution in Zambia that is mandated to issue mining license. Answer the questions. Also, please give your concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity again just to interact. I think what is important is collaboration, because as you know, that this mineral is not free of radioactivity. We are supposed to be part of the stakeholders who we have worked with Ministry of Mines to ensure that issues of regulation of uranium mining, uranium exploration, and addressed. And for us as radiation, there is no disturbance to this mineral, which may lead to emission. If there is, and then we put the safe licensing regime or licensing conditions. And so far, those who are involved in exploration, they have cooperated with the authority. And we have gone on site and checked what they are doing. Our interest is how they are handling the water, how this are the issues we need to ensure that we monitor. The law can be there, but if we do not strengthen the monitoring mechanism, then we will not still. I can confirm that the authority is growing, but needs to grow quite fast. because our interest is to protect the public and the environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manza.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay. I think to say is uranium itself. Yes, one biggest mineral. Okay, uranium mining is mining like uranium we find in Zambia is very low grade, very low grade. You will appreciate that even at the moment where I'm speaking, people live on top of uranium deposits at Muntanga. Okay, if you go there with the dosimeter to check the radiation, it even pops. Okay, in some instances, they have bricks. You go to the walls to do that. Okay, I'm trying to say this in trying to maybe it's about uranium, and it is what it is the radiation. Okay, when you're exposed to very high levels of radiation, then it becomes a problem. But in 6 hours, 8 hours, is exposed more to radiation than the people that are Muntanga, they are way outside mines. Okay. So in this era, where we have advances in science, where we have stringent regulation from Radiation Protection Agency, IAEA, the tools, it is, we'll be looking backwards if we are not positive and say we are ready for uranium mining. It's just like other mining in other commodities. You just have to see the concentrating is done in a closed circuit. Nothing moves out of that point. The only people that will be exposed to be workers that are maybe working there because there'll be higher levels of you put on measures that are required. Even as we are doing these lot things, we are actually monitored even to move rock from our site for testing. Plans in place by RPA. Without that, we can't even just highlight in. And I'm sure maybe I would also look at the regulator, because I think the regulator is regulating us, but also there's also responsibility to maybe raise the awareness of the public on what uranium is and what it is. Coming from me, because I'm mining, I'll be viewed as having a biased position. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Lange, your closing remarks and response to the questions raised.
A lot of conflict that will be created. There are a lot of social negative impacts that are anticipated. So as an institution, we urge RPA to be more proactive than reactive. More proactive in terms of engagement with players like civil society, the media, so that the institution is known and more visible than waiting for developers not the mineral ore body for Northwestern Province. You'd find that a whole lot of it as some contents of or the presence of uranium, that is copper. So meaning not only those that are prospecting for uranium needs to be monitored, even those that are prospecting or mining copper, we need to put a mechanism in place that to ensure that we are able to monitor and regulate them on how they are processing uranium. Some of them are because maybe their license does not include uranium, and hence they don't need to report on uranium. So there is need to put mechanisms in.
I'd like to thank you all for paying attention and mostly for the panel for staying up to this point. I will request my panel to please take your seats and get ready to go home. And as I always say, thank you very much for the attention and for staying up to way towards us ensuring that the energy transition is a just and fair one for everybody in this country. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen.